Hello. Hello, everyone. This is the second day of the Borderless JavaScript Community Conference. So, day 2, that means that we are in the middle of this huge event. So, yesterday we had a great day with a lot of good technical talks. Well, some of them were not that technical, but still, it was fun. Today, we will have more fun, literally, and we will have more technical talks. So, let me give you a quick overview of what is going to happen today. So today, we will start with our first headliner, and we will go and explore some generative AI and AWS. So it will be really good session, and I really advise you to join it. Then, of course, we're going to explore more ChatGPT. Yes, of course, and in the context of TDD. So it will be yet another great technical talk. Then we're going to proceed to another headliner of our conference, and we will explore more about things that you can pick up to develop your digital brand and how you can actually accommodate AI for yourself as well. Then we're going to proceed to some controversial and hot topic. Why do we need managers on the project? Well, that should be fun, literally. Then we're going to move on to some technical stuff, and then we will explore recent web frameworks such as Solid.js, Quick, Astro.js, and stuff like that. Then we're going to deep dive into form handling, and of course, our last but not least part of this second day of this conference will be game. Yep, game. So yesterday we started with JavaScript and ChatGPT Snake game, and today we're gonna end up with the JavaScript and Blitz game. It should be fun, literally. So without further ado, I assume that we are in the good position to proceed to our first talk, which is about generative AI and AWS. And before that, just click subscribe button. Don't forget to drop your comments, share with your friends, get your cup of coffee or tea, and get ready because we're going to start in a minute. Thank you and see you soon.
Hello.
And we're back. Hello,
Yeah.
Igor. How are you?
Hello. I get my cup of coffee. Yeah.
Good. Good for you.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, fine as well. So do you mind to start your cool stuff about AWS and AI? Super
Yeah,
trendy,
for sure.
hype
Yeah, we
things?
can start. Yeah.
Cool.
I have a great demo for today, so I hope you like it, and our audience as well.
Okie dokie.
All right. Yeah. So so you will be with me right here on the board. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Hello, everyone. So my name is Yegor Mysnikov. I'm senior solution architect at AWS. Before that, I spent 7 years at EPAM and put a lot of stuff to grow in the community inside the EPAM. So I very great and thank you for inviting me on this conference. And today I'm going to talk with you about building with generative AI on AWS. All right, so for start, let's think of what is a generative AI. So generative AI, it's typically what you are creating from the one thing to another. So for example, you want to generate the new content or ideas for your project, or even images, videos, or music. And all these things are powered by large models, which are pre-trained on the big amount of data, and you can use it, and we call it foundational models. And what is foundational model? So as I said before, so this is like pre-trained models on the vast amount of unstructured data. And these help to increase the parameters inside the model. For example, you may see that we have like a llama, for example, 65 billion. So 65 billion, this is a parameters inside the models. And it's can and capable to learn complex context based on that, and also can apply the wide range of contexts and work with separate use cases, or you can adapt it using the fine-tuning or retraining for your particular and specific task in your domain, for example. And what was the before that? We have separate models which are rely on separate use cases. For example, we have like text generation. You need to use the models for that, or summarization. And we have separate models for that. But currently, we have one foundational model, like Claude or ChatGPT. So we have one model, and it can cover many tasks for you. From the text generation till the chatbots and Q&A. And for input, you need to put the text. So this is like unstructured information, which are human typing text. For example, you type in a photo of astronaut riding on horse on Mars, and you can get the image of that. So it's called the multimodal. So we have a text-to-text generation. For example, you want to summarize some text on that, or you want to get embeddings. So embeddings help you to structure your text in one database and after rely on that. And for the use cases, this is a very big amount of use cases, from chatbot till anomaly detection, and all these things can covered by one large model. And how we can unlock it for this potential inside the AWS. So easy build with a foundational model. And in this case, we have not released yet Amazon Bedrock. This is our new service which provides you access for the foundational models via API, so you can easily integrate it in your application using just API. So you don't need to think of how to set up infrastructure for that, what type of instances you need for running the models. You just go and get all these things from the Bedrock. And we already have Amazon Titan here, Anthropic with Claude version 1 and 2, and we have a stable diffusion to generate the images for you. So this is all inside one service, and I hope in near future it will be available and you can play with that and use all these foundational models in your application. And of course, this is like very fast and quick integration of foundational models and large models for inside your application. And the benefits of that you are using one infrastructure and one secure perimeter in your application, and all your stuff running on AWS, and none of your data go through the internet. So this is all secure and very private for the data and maybe data of users. All right, so but what we can do today? So today you can rely on open source models which needs to be running on the accelerators, and we have a number of them. So first of all, we have our own silicons which are support running large models. For example, we have inferential in Trainium. So Trainium help you to train a large model if you want to, or retrain on fine-tune for that. and inferential. Inferential help you to inference your model and rely on the output of this model. So this is like pretty cheap and performant thing how you can run your models inside the AWS. And of course, we have a strong partnership with NVIDIA. And for NVIDIA, we have like, so we have P5 instances already. So this is H100 NVIDIA chips there. And we also have NVIDIA A100, which is for P4D. And for the normal task for training or POCs, you have G5, which help you to run your models and integrate to your application. And for already done something for your application, you can rely on the AI-powered application in AWS. So inside the AWS, we have Code Whisperer. So Code Whisperer currently generally available, and it's free for use for individual developers. So if you are running your project or you have a pet project, you can try it out. So this is also running on your AWS account. And these things help you to generate code. So if you are, if you are already familiar with Copilot from GitHub, so this is the same thing, but inside your AWS account, and free for use. And of course, we have a flexibility. So for flexibility, we have Amazon SageMaker. I'm not stop here for a while, but you need to know that you have a possibility to start from the very beginning your ML journey and finish with the inference in one application. So this is Amazon SageMaker. It's like integration development studio for ML its own. And inside that, we have SageMaker Jumpstart. So you can think of this is like similar like Bedrock, but here you need to figure out what kind of instance you need to run your model. And Jumpstart support marketplace of the models, which help you to run every model inside the marketplace in one click. So we have a strong partnership with the Hugging Face. So Hugging Face for the model, it's like GitHub for the code. So they have a Hugging Face hub. This is like a place where all companies and individual contributors store their models, and they are mostly open sourced. And of course, we have proprietary models which are pre-trained and developed by separate companies, and they also provide the capabilities to use them inside the SageMaker Jumpstart. And as you see, we have like AI21 labs, which are using his model inside the Bedrock, and SageMaker Jumpstart already available for you. And what you need to do, so you go to the SageMaker Jumpstart and look at the searching for foundational models, go to the console of this model. So we have a card of the model there. So you click on the button and choose the instance where you are deploy it, and after just use it. So you have API call, so you need to put the integration layer from inside your application, and after you can use a response from that. And interesting thing that AI21 labs train the model using SageMaker. So they are using the SageMaker to train the model. After that, provide you to use the model inside the SageMaker. So this is like interesting thing. And yes, so let's go to the demo. And for the demo, so this is more technical thing of my presentation, actually. So this is demo of JetBrains plugin, which we built with my teammate for 2 days. We spent like 2 days for building that. And it's we called it Gen AI Code Assistant, right? What this plugin do? So we have AI assistant from JetBrains. You can get the public beta on that, and so we have a chat bot which help us to work with the code. For example, you have a Lambda which integrated with DynamoDB, and you need to delete the item from that. And we ask our chatbot to explain this code. So we have explanation of this code. So for example, you just join a project and you can ask, hey, what does it mean, this code and this? And after your team lead asks you to suggest refactor of this code, right? So you need to do your first task on the project. And after you are asking for refactoring, and you see that our model proposed the refactoring, and after we ask to generate the code with suggestions. So we are generate the code suggestions, and we right here we can copy and paste this code right in our perfect IDE. And after we need to do the PR, right, for that. So we ask our model to generate a commit message for us, and after that, we can copy paste a commit message for this code, and after prepare our first commit in like 1 minute after you're joining your project. All right, so that's it with our demo. So let me go through this project. So for this project is why we are building this so fast. So before that, I was software engineer, so I work with many languages inside the EPAM, starting from front end, JavaScript, backend, and all this stuff. And currently, we are using totally AWS on that. So we rely on CDK for deploying our things. So let's take a look on our CDK. So inside the CDK, we have API Gateway, CloudFront. So we are put all these static files inside the S3 and cover it all CloudFront and our entry point for that. We rely on AWS Lambdas for all business logic and integration thing inside the Lambda, and we store the DynamoDB, all this history inside the DynamoDB for showing the history inside the chat. From the front end, so front end is pretty easy to do. So we have only chat here. So I use React for that, and for chat we have like chat and number of type of messages. So we have like message with the text and message with the code block, right? To have a possibility to copy and paste in your perfect IDE. For backend, we have one Lambda, just one Lambda, which help us to integrate with DynamoDB and integrate with the Bedrock. So for Bedrock, we have LangChain. This Lambda based on Python, but currently LangChain available for JavaScript. So you can build this thing for JavaScript. Since we don't have a global available Bedrock yet, and we have SDK to connect our Bedrock only for Python, but after I think it's going to be in every SDK for connection. So currently it's Python. But after global available, so you can use JavaScript for building these functions. And for functions, we are using the Bedrock connection. So we ask Bedrock, we have a Bedrock endpoint here, and just putting this thing inside the Bedrock adapter inside the LangChain and get the response from that. And that's also for model, we are using Claude 2 for that. So I totally recommend to use this model for working, because this is like for performance and quality, it's very, very good. And the final, so we need to do our JetBrains plugin, right? So for that, you need to know Kotlin, but not so much. I think you need to know a couple of lines of the Kotlin. For example, you are for this, we are building a web application, and after inside the Kotlin plugin, we just open the browser with our CloudFront distribution, where we have all the stuff in one place. So we have front end and static, and also API in this API calls through the CloudFront as well. So we are open our plugin, and after we get an access for our chatbot inside the web browser and using as inside the normal web browser. And this is pretty much it. Yeah, so, and what we have, yes, so, yes. And I totally encourage you to start your generative AI journey today. And the easiest thing, you can start using Amazon Code Whisperer today. So you need just register your AWS Builder ID, and after connect it to your IDE. After that, you need to go to not Bedrock currently not available, but you can use SageMaker Jumpstart to start the open source models. We have like Llama code there, so you can also play with the open source models and prepare your POC for use cases, because the POCs help you to understand how it works, and maybe this can grow to the real project for the customers. And of course, for the understanding what currently we already have, we have aiexplore.aws.amazon.com website, where you can explore use cases of AI, and maybe it's help you to understand what currently exists on the market, and maybe your idea not existent, you can start your project or startup. And that's it from my side, I think. Join me on LinkedIn, and your feedback will be placed. So just scan QR code and leave me feedback. It's take like 15 seconds, I think. Thank you.
Wow. Pretty good technical talk. Thank you, Igor.
Thank you,
So,
Pavel.
yeah, so we actually have several comments for you, and quite handy. They are just on time. So most of them about the font size to be increased a bit.
Oh,
And
come on. Seriously? So
yeah, it's easy for you just to see the stuff.
yeah, so this is like a small size.
Oops.
Oh. Yeah, thank you very much. This is great feedback, because I just moved from one laptop to another, and maybe this is not totally controlled and set up for the presentation. Thank you for this feedback.
Yeah. And yet another comment was about the project tree. That was kind of like half screen project tree folders and stuff like that.
I see that you have total engineering stuff, engineering audience here. Yeah, right. So,
yep.
Guys, I'm solution architect, so yeah, so I'm not engineer. So.
Yes, so most likely the code for you is just like tiny bits for you, so you don't have to think about it. Okay, cool. So thank you very much. Let's wait a minute or so for the audience to provide any other comments or questions that they might have. Otherwise, I assume it was super technical for the audience, and they need some time just to understand all the stuff that you've shared. So, guys,
what do you think? What the most technical was in the from your perspective?
From my perspective, is that you did not mention JavaScript like many times.
Come on! I built all the front end stuff on JavaScript. Yeah? It's React, so TypeScript. So I think it's like. But
Okay.
for engineering perspective, Python is also like very engineering stuff, and Kotlin, right? So Kotlin is a similar like TypeScript, no?
So
Kotlin.
I assume that we don't have any further questions, though I do like a question for you if you'd like. So it will be sort of like advice for the audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because most of our viewers, I assume, they are JavaScript engineers, Node.js, whatevs, and they're super, excited about AI, machine learning, about all this stuff. So what can you suggest them, like, to not to go into the wrong direction, but actually to go into the right direction? Like some things to avoid while joining this AI world from your perspective.
Yeah, so currently, I remember the time when a couple of like 5 years ago, when we have a game, right, regarding the JavaScript framework. So you mentioned the word, and after that, you need to drink if these JavaScript framework exists, right? And currently we have the same thing from the model perspective. So every day we have a huge amount of models. The pre-trained, focused, and stuff like that. For example, you need to do support language, for example, Uzbek language, right? And you already have a specific language model for that. And currently, these are getting increased the bar for the models and for abstractions. And currently, from the integration inside the application, it's doing a lot of abstractions to simplify it. So currently, for using AI inside your application, you need to just integrate API or know what this model can run on this instance and just run it. And after integrate the request response with this model and integrate in your application. So as you see, for building this POC for our team, we spent like 12 hours of development. And I think most of them I spent to understand how to build the Kotlin, because this is like my first project was. And that's why we spent a lot of time. But for the model integration perspective, it's not so hard, and you can do in your application. And don't be afraid of models. So currently you can be a user of model and know how to integrate. You don't need to know how to train or fine tune or prepare the data for this model. You need to just get the input from the user and put inside the model and get the response from the model it puts inside the user. So in most cases, it's work like in similar way, right? But every model have their own response thing. You need to put the integration or proxy layers for that, but this is like still engineering stuff, and you can use JavaScript for integrating these models. You're on mute, Pavel.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you then. Thank you for your insights then. Cool. So drop comments if you have any questions for Igor, and he will be happy to answer them all. And Igor, thank you very much for your talk, and good luck with
Thank
AI
you.
and
Good luck.
AWS. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, team. Hello, Andrei.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you for joining us all today. You have exclusive opportunity to ask questions to our speakers today. Also, all the headliners are ahead, and you can. This is a great opportunity to invite anyone who are interested to talk. And our next speaker is Andrei. I see that Andrei have experience, impressive experience of 17 years in business owner, lead software engineer, chief software engineer, the next level chief software engineer. Hello, Andrei.
Hello again. Yeah, it's me,
Yeah.
but it's little bit outdated information. I didn't update my profile for 4 years. I guess I have more than 20 years of experience in software development, and I've been working in the PAM system for more than 13 years.
This sounds impressive. About your talk today, you mentioned in agenda that it will be TDD with the ChatGPT. What is the backstage? Why did you decide to share with us today this topic?
So it's a good question. In some community, I'm binded with TDD topic, and every time when I have a chance to talk about TDD, I do that. To be honest, I have training related to TDD with a big workshop and hands-on experience. I probably first time when I tried TDD, it was more than 10 years ago, and I like it, and that's why I'm going to talk how it transformed with AI and ChatGPT, and that's why I have this topic and present it today.
Sounds very interested, and the stage is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody again. And today we are going to talk about TDD and TDD with ChatGPT and probably with other AI tool. First part of my presentation will be about TDD, and after that we will have something like workshop. With ChatGPT, we will try to implement task in TDD style with ChatGPT online. So let's start, and I will talk about myself. Yeah, I've been working in IT for more than 20 years. I have open source projects. Probably you know my most popular project. It's GSCPD, copy-paste detector for programming source code. I have really wide spheres of interests. I like JavaScript, Python, I like AI, databases, search engines, so I like math. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to share information about community where I am a leader of the community. It's mass random community. We talk weekly. We have weekly talks regarding JavaScript technologies, regarding interesting topic from the JavaScript world. And we have Telegram channel and YouTube channel. Feel free to follow us and discuss every week about interesting things from the JavaScript world. Next community, what I'm going to highlight, it's Codeberry Club community. We have probably monthly streams, and we talk not only about JavaScript, but we have really advanced engineering topics in the community, and we have really cool speakers who who deep dive in really technical and interesting stuff, feel free to follow us as well, and welcome to our streams. Probably last thing what I'm going to advertise today, it's a book, one of my favorite books from IT Vault. It's Test-Driven Development by Example from Kent Beck. Kent Beck is the author of Test-Driven Development, and probably most part of the information related to the technology I got from the book. If you're going to improve your TDD skills, feel free to find it and read it. So let's move to the topic, and I'm going to start with testing pyramid. Today we are going to talk about bottom level, about unit tests, classical test-driven approach based on unit tests and bottom level of the pyramid. And with AI, we will try to do that level. But anyway, we have different other variants of TDD, acceptance test-driven development or behavior driven development, and you can use some practice from the presentation for that levels as well. But today, out of scope. Let's talk. Let's remind what TDD is, and when we start talking about TDD, everyone knows that it's test first. So we write test before code. But in the book, we can get information about other parts of the process. First of point, I would say it's navigation map. I will describe why it's important. Also, we know test first, assert first, and fail first. And when we do all the steps, we will have this loop red-green refactoring. Let's try each of our points and discuss about it. Navigation map. When you start to working with some task, you make a decomposition of big task to smallest one pieces and try to understand what you should do, what steps you should do to implement the task. For my opinion, it's most important part of the TDD. It's I would say it's an art of development here. If you skip this and start working with code without understanding what you are going to achieve at the end, you can go to the wrong way. Next thing, it's test first, and why we do that, we're going to understand what we going to achieve based on our navigation map in our small piece, and write test before writing anything else. When we made our test, we can go to the next step and focus on our APA and understand what we are going to do. It's assertion first, assert first. We should write our calls, function calls or classes or something like that, and make assertion what we are going to have on the input and what we are going to achieve at the end. On this step, we should understand what kind of APA we are going to achieve in the code, and so here we shouldn't skip this step as well. Next one thing, it's fail first. When you write the test and write assertion and start your test, you should understand that your system can be in failed state as well. And after that, you can read error message and fix errors what you have in the error message. And I would say you can switch off your brain and just follow messages in your console, or just follow error messages and fix it. For example, here you can see that we have no method named sum, and after that I implemented it. I have information about arguments, and I should implement these arguments as well. And here I should implement logic of my method, and after that my tests are passed. So if we follow these things, we will have this red-green refactoring. Red, our tests are broken. Green, our tests passed. And refactor, we improve our code and improve our tests. So let's discuss why we need it. When you do these simple things, you build the bridge between task and implementation, between your initial business tasks and your code. When you follow rules provided by TDD, you improve your code, you make a good documentation and very useful documentation for your code, and this documentation needed every time when you try to make changes and run tests. Can say what happened and is it right behavior or not. And it's really very useful documentation. And of course, you can make easy refactoring. You don't need to write extra code. Your code more clear and understandable. And as a result, you will have your performance, development performance increase, cost of the system reduce. You will your technical depths in manageable state, and it's really useful and good tool for developer. Just for a simple step what you should do, make your development process more easier. So why I make first point bold? Because if we are talking about AI and ChatGPT, Copilot, or tools like that, we are keep in mind that we are going to improve performance of our development. We are going to delegate to AI tools of some part of our work in development, and as we can see, we have the same aim in TDD and in AI tools. That's why I'm idea was make it together, AI improvement from AI side and improvement from TDD side. So I don't know, are you here? This okay. No sound, but I will share this video. It's from Google presentation, and everything what you can hear here, it's AI, generative AI. But anyway, let's try to do some task with AI and with TDD. If we are going to talk about TDD, first thing to improve your TDD skills, it's TDD katas. And probably first one, TDD kata, it's string calculator. It's pretty simple task when you have string with some numbers in string, you should summarize these numbers and return a result as a number. Let's start with first step. This task divided by steps, and I'm going to implement it together with you and start with first one step. We have string, and this string can include one number, zero numbers, or two numbers. And I should implement function add to implement this step. What I have from environment perspective, I have configured just test runner, and that's it. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to copy this text and go to ChatGPT and try to discuss with ChatGPT in the demo here. Software in First thing what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to make the composition of this task, and I'm trying to ask ChatGPT to make this decomposition to make navigation map. Also, I'm going to highlight that I have already configured Jest, and I have environment to run tests. Let's try. I have sometimes it's unpredictable. Okay. I'm going to stop and just ask about navigation map. Okay. So looks like we should focus on context and make more clear prompt to ChatGPT to get a list of subtasks. Probably I'm trying to make one more prompt, something like this. So as you can see, ChatGPT have different meaning about navigation map, and I would like to write my own navigation map and ask ChatGPT to follow it. I have a couple of examples how to use how to write navigation map for the task. And first of all, it's this one. If I have empty string, then I will have 0. If I have a number, I will receive number, and in case of 2 numbers, I will have sum of the numbers. Okay, sounds good. So in this case, you can see that ChatGPT it's just a mathematics algorithm, and you should understand task better than ChatGPT and make this art of the decomposition to get better results at the end. So now we have a navigation map with my steps, and I'm going to write tests, to ask ChatGPT to write tests first. Could you please tests for first point? Excellent. Also, I can point that I have different file names. In our case, I have this one for test and this one for code. Let me ask. Okay. Let's paste it and try to run the tests. Yeah, I have two failed tests and not a function. I have two variants to discuss with ChatGPT. I can copy this error and ask to fix it. Okay. And second variant, I should ask, I can ask to implement the task. Let's run it. Excellent, our tests are passed. Let's move to the next one. To be honest, in our navigation map or in our tasks, we have no information about empty things around the number, but ChatGPT thinks that it's our requirements and try to test it as well. Anyway, let's follow it. Yeah, we have 3 errors, and code. Yes, please. Should be polite with ChatGPT. No. Just implement second step. Test green. Sometimes you can tell ChatGPT that you need just code and try to speed up this process. Okay. Let's try to. Excellent. All of my tests are passed. So please write the tests for the last one step in. So we have tests, and here we can see tests for numbers, for decimal numbers, and for numbers with spaces. Let's copy it and add it to our environment and try to run it. So we have 3 failed tests. Excellent. I think almost done. Yeah, everything works fine. Let's ask ChatGPT about refactoring. So ChatGPT know about string calculator kata and know about next steps, how will task how this task will change. Okay, sounds interesting from grouping our tests in separate groups. Yeah, we can follow it and make our tests more clear as well. Let me back to presentation and talk about our feedback from the development process. We touched this task and try to make decomposition, and after that try to implement it. ChatGPT didn't do the decomposition well, and I suggest to use this one navigation map to implement this task. If we are talking about navigation maps, we can talk about two variants, two kind of navigation maps. First one, when we try to check input data and output data. But a second one type of navigation map, when we try to deep dive into the task and analyze data flow and may make something like actions for our code and implement it in code. So this one is a second one navigation map. Sorry for. And let's try to ask ChatGPT use this one navigation map to implement this task. When we use a navigation map like that, at the start, we should think more about our actions and probably in this case, you will have something like art of development. ChatGPT tried to implement it right now. As you can see, ChatGPT don't use TDD and write code first, and after that cover it with tests. So as I understand, we have just 3 minutes left, and I think it's a time for questions. So let's continue with our code and tests. I can see some questions here. Why do you not ask ChatGPT for a solution in specific language? I use one chat, and in the chat, ChatGPT save context and use context. I shouldn't repeat every time what I'm going to achieve at the end.
Andrei, thank you a lot. While you're doing this, and also you spark some negotiation inside the chat, how we should use ChatGPT. My question, I have a question. You said
Okay.
that you still need to understand the task better than ChatGPT. That's mean that we still need it to make a professional. What do you think? Should we start understanding how to use ChatGPT and what are the pros and cons? Is it time right now to start exploring it?
So yeah, we still need it, and we should understand what we are going to achieve at the end. We should can make decomposition, and we should some of our decision can be provided by ChatGPT, and we should do that. I'm not sure that I have a really clear answer for your question. I think when we're talking about something like art, we shouldn't replace people and use just algorithms. We should replace. We should use AI for some routine tasks, and writing the code, it can be routine task, but make a good decomposition of our initial tasks. It should be it should made by people. So
looks promising, and the future is now. Thank you, Andrei.
Thank you.
And I'm passing the word to Pavel and the next speaker.
Whoa.
Hello. Hey guys. Let's kick off our next talk, Navigating AI Era. developing a digital brand and IT blogging and blah, blah, blah. So you can tell from the very title of this talk that it might be 5 hours discussion, but
It
we
might
will
be
try to
10
make it
hours, Pash. It
30
might be
minutes.
10 hours.
Yeah, let's make it 30 minutes. So
Okay.
let me proceed with our next headliner. Alex, majority of our viewers know you as a YouTuber, IT Beard, right, with some great interviews at your YouTube channel. Some might know you from BORDERLESS podcast. Some might know you from AI talk show with Victor. But you clarify yourself as a .NET developer in the internet. We might some find information that you are project manager, DevRel, and etc. So if you are to find one word that actually describe yourself, so could you tell us for some better introduction?
If be honest, for one word, it will be creator. I'm creator. But what I create? I create a lot of content around the IT, and I also creating code. So all of us as programmers, we also creators, but code creators. And if I have several minutes for tell you about my history, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Approximately since 2011, I was like a programmer, but last 2 years I'm working as a content creator and community builder at Anywhere Club project. Some of you maybe already hear about this project. It is a worldwide platform for IT professionals and specialists all levels. We provide a lot of opportunities for learning, for getting job. We provide resume, helping in creating your resume. We providing English language tests, and also we providing a lot of content on several languages, by the way, on Russian, on Ukrainian, and of course on English language. We have huge blog, so if you want get some new information about IT, if you want to know how to get to the IT, you can go to the Anywhere Club. And also since 2018, I have been doing video blogging on YouTube. As you know, probably IT Beard, it is my second name because my channel named IT Boroda, that's mean on English IT Beard. Yeah, I am from IT and I have a beard. I make IT and technical content for programmers, and not only for programmers, even for people who interested in science and technical topics. What else? Last half an year, together with Victor Shulenchenko, already mentioned by you, Pasha, we creating podcasts about AI news. Twice per month, we creating this podcast, AI podcast. You can easily find us on any podcast platforms. And also, maybe last let's say last 2 years, I make a lot of efforts to create Belarusian language community here in Poland and also worldwide. So I created hugest Belarusian language Mastodon server. I make a lot of content on YouTube for Belarusian language people, and also I make a lot of content about AI on Belarusian language. For example, 4 hours lectures. That's it.
Okay. So thank you. You elaborate quite a lot on this creator word that you've picked up. Cool. And since the main topic of our conference is AI, do you mind to give some information about like AI, right? What does it mean for you? Why did you decide to cross your path with AI at some point?
Oh, okay. So my introduction to AI technologies, I mean machine learning and deep learning, data science, happened a few years ago when I made a lot of content on YouTube channel IT Boroda around these topics. Then maybe in 2021, as a programmer, I started to use GitHub Copilot, already known for our public, I believe. It is smart linter, and as a programmer, I use it almost 2 years, and immediately I felt in love with this technology. And then after several years, I start using ChatGPT. That also awesome tool for programming, for blogging, for almost each aspect of your life. And to answer to your question, what is AI? There are like no simple answer. From the simplest point of view, it is a generative neural network. From my perspective, for now, it is generative neural networks. Generative, it is important because these neural networks create something new. They have an opportunity to create something new. And this is pretty like how our mind works. For example, ChatGPT can generate new text or generate new code. And there are a lot of many examples of such networks like GPT-4, GPT 3.5, Llama, maybe you know, it is a network from Facebook. Palm 2, this is network for BART from Google. Claudia, and a lot of different examples. All of these neural networks called LLM, large language models. And for me, large language models today, the most similar in the behavior to something that we can name intelligence. But the definition of the term of intelligence, our natural intelligence, it is pretty hard story, and almost every scientist today can give his or her self explanation of this term. So I will not think of something new here, and probably we will have problem with the definition of this term for today.
Okay, I see your point. Thank you, Alex. Well, also you've mentioned so many tools, right? So several times you've mentioned ChatGPT, right? Then you've mentioned BART, then you've mentioned Llama and other things. So what is your preference here? What do you think will be the winner, like eventually?
Okay,
of
let's
this
try a little bit explain.
competition?
Here we have several huge players on this market. Yeah, it is OpenAI company with ChatGPT and GPT-4. GPT-4 it is like an architecture on which based ChatGPT. Also, GPT-4 provides their service to Microsoft, and Microsoft hosting their Bing AI based on ChatGPT on GPT-4. So Bing AI and GPT-4, it is pretty similar things. We have Google with BART. BART works on their own LLM named Palm 2, and looks like Google make BART only for competition with OpenAI. And from this perspective, looks like BART always somewhere behind of GPT-4, unfortunately. And also we have Anthropic, also a huge company that create LLM named Claudia. And we have Facebook with Llama. What's interesting, Facebook only one company which made LLM for open source. So only Llama can be deployed on your local machine without any problems. What interesting about what can I say about each of these LLMs? For example, BART was released, as I said, in a hurry to show the world that Google is not abandoned by OpenAI. But still, BART is not bad. It is bad in a lot of things in comparison with ChatGPT, but it is not bad in writing code. It is still not better than ChatGPT, the GPT-4, but it is good enough for using every day, so you can try it. About Llama, also interesting things. It is open source LLM, and it means that Llama has much more less power in comparison with GPT-4, but specialists say that it can compete with GPT 3.5. So you can easily use Llama for a lot of tasks. And what is interesting about Claudia from Anthropic, not a Claude, excuse me for my English. Claude has several changes. For example, Claude has context size 100,000 tokens, and it is 3 times more than ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So you can use Claude as a powerful competitor for GPT-4.
So Alex, to summarize, let's say, what is your idea about, let's say, like next year? Who will win this game?
For next
Who will be
year,
who will be the most popular? Right?
Yeah, for the next year, it will be OpenAI. It is pretty simple story. OpenAI in this world, like scientists, they always on ahead of the science. So almost each new things firstly appears in OpenAI products and then brought to other products. So I'm pretty sure that it will be OpenAI, but it is only LLMs. Sorry, Pavel. Here I need 5 more minutes maybe because
Sure. Absolutely, go.
we not use in programming only LLMs. We use a lot of different tools, and I can say that for now we have 3 main, like a group of tools. First of all, we use smart linters. GitHub Copilot, already known by all of our listeners. Also, I can recommend Code Whisperer. This product from Amazon, and it is almost free, and it can compete with Copilot. And also, you can use a lot of bunch of the similar projects, Tab9, Codium AI, but Code Whisperer and GitHub Copilot, it is your choice. These smart code completion tools just write code with, for you, yeah? So it is first point of interaction with AI that you as a programmer should use. Second point of interaction, it is integrated AI chat inside your IDE. Here we have 3 big players: JetBrains AI Assistant, MachineNet, and GitHub Copilot Chats. JetBrains AI Assistant and MachineNet, 2 projects that work in almost all IDE from JetBrains. So this is just integrated ChatGPT inside your IDE. But what's interesting, MachineNet, it is a project from Belarusian guys who lived in London also, like you. And they create the project that really can really deep looking inside context of your programming project. So if you want to try pair programming with AI through the chat, please try to use MachineNet. If you use Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, you can try GitHub Copilot Chats. Also pretty good tool. And third big group of tool set for programmers, it is test writers. You can completely write almost all unit tests using by only AI. Here you can use also MachineNet. MachineNet create awesome tests for Java. And if you want try different language, not only Java, you can use Codium AI. Codium AI, it is Israeli project, also pretty good. If you write in OnJS, you can use Codium AI.
Okay. Good and solid explanation that it's not that simple here in
Pavel,
AI.
One more minute. I have
Okay.
another one slide with tools that currently like not in production, but these tools shown us the future of programming with AI. Our listeners can make a picture of this slide and then just Google these projects. Almost all of these projects can create completely readiness programming project by from your backlog. So you just put backlog inside GPT Engineer, and after several minutes and after several dollars, you get workable project. And it is important. It is our future, but we can sleep well for now because these tools pretty dummy for now, and they can like generate a lot of boilerplates, but it is not like a good quality code. So for now, it is just science tasks. But if you're interested in it, you can try it. That's it about programming tools.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Alex. And what if we transform our talk a bit about creators, right? How actually AI can help creators to create content, to compete with each other and stuff like that, from your perspective?
AI systems can can get you opportunity to spend less time for creation content. These systems definitely cannot like replace you or replace your work. I mean, a whole pipeline of content creation, but they can pretty good help you in content creation. For example, for blogger activities, I mostly use ChatGPT, and this system great at making drafts of scripts. I make a lot of scripts for preparation as a preparation step to the interview. This tool correction errors in my post because you can hear my English not as well for as it can be. And even sometimes I use ChatGPT for writing unique content. So I can just ask for whole content and just make several changes. And this tool can even make it in my style. So in general, you can also learn how to work with these tools, and it is the most important thing. You need to know how write, how you can make a prompts. This is the messages that we send to ChatGPT to LLMs. How you can make a prompts more effective. So if you know it, you can do a lot of works with AI assistant.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So you said that you actually use it quite a lot of time, but actually I have to admit one thing for the audience, that actually we decided first to use ChatGPT for this interview, but for some reason we generated all the questions and answers and stuff like that, but they were so like machine style, so we decided to go with the good old school interview as we're having as of now. So could you agree with me, Alex, at some point that AI can help creators to create content, but it will not replace content creators?
It is a question about killing creativity, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, it is not a simple question again. A lot of questions around AI not as simple as we can do, as we can think about it. First, let's say what AI can create today in the creativity sphere. For example, it is not only creating of the texts. AI also can create good quality images, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, Deep Floyd Eve, and other services. AI can clear your voice, for example. Adobe Enhanced Speech, Clean Voice AI. AI can fake your voice. You can try UberDuck AI. AI can generate video completely from the scratch. AI can translate your speech from one language to another language, make lip syncing, and make it with all of your speciality from your speeching. Yeah, so you can use Heigen, pretty hyped neural network last several weeks. So for now, AI looks like can create a lot of creativity tasks, and from this perspective, yeah, it is little bit terrible for content creators and for creators, for art workers, for I don't know, songwriters, for video creators. All of we know that now in Hollywood a lot of protest against the AI. Yeah. And it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. And history shows that technology progress is unstoppable, unfortunately. Unfortunately, people will lose their jobs because of this progress. And it is very important to support these people. And it is very important understand the new technologies and use these new technologies and find a ways to make stronger yourself with these technologies. This is my advice to content creators. But I think that in the nearest future, we will see some new legalizations, some new laws in different countries that will help regulate AI. We see it right now, but not in full, gratefuls. And these laws, I believe, should protect the rights of authors and content creators.
Okay. So creativity is a bit like controversial topic. So we might sort of like argue with the like unique context and stuff like that. But what about developers, right? This is like very popular opinion that at some point AI will kill all developers. What are you gonna do?
AI definitely not kill all the developers. To be honest, there are can be two ways: AI kill us or AI don't kill us. Yeah, like with dinosaurs on the street.
Yeah.
But it is like a joke. I think in the next few years, we as a developers will get used to the new AI tools, and they will become like us. They will become to us like a general things, like a linters. Yeah, almost all of the people use linters, and I mean just general linters, even not Copilot. So in several next years, we will use AI for pair programming. We will use AI for writing a test, writing a boilerplates, and it will be totally okay. I also think that pair programming, as I said, with AI will become firmly entrance with programmers. And in addition, the style of programming will change, and perhaps we will reach higher levels of abstraction, where the like a monotypes part of coding will be done by AI. And there are a big question: why do we need juniors? Yeah, for example, because all of juniors' tasks can be moved to AI to AI side. And if everywhere we will need like shepherds for AI of middle levels and above, what juniors can do? And the answer is not obvious yet, but it seems that entry into IT will also include basic skills how to work together with AI. Together. For example, it is possible that position of a middle developer in the nearest future will turn into the first step of career growing in the real IT and real programming. This is our future.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Cool. Thank you, Alex. I assume that at some point we might wrap up our talk. But what if we try to give some advice, right, to the audience, some from your perspective, right? Let's wrap up all the things about AI, programming, dev creation stuff, and stuff like that. So, from your own perspective, what is the advice from your side to the audience?
There can be only one advice: keep an eye of these technologies. Keep an eye, try to make yourself more effective, more productive together with AI. This is the future. If you don't know how you can do it, if you don't know where you can find the information, you can use a lot of resources for today. For example, if you understand Russian language, you can subscribe to AI podcast. This podcast placed on YouTube, on all of the podcast platforms. So feel free to subscribe to our podcast. If you're more comfortable with English, you can subscribe to the tone of email. What's the English for? Laters, yep, laters.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, newsletter.
Yep, newsletters. In my opinion, the rundown AI most like a completeness newsletter. So the rundown is it can be your choice, or you can also periodically visit like a catalog of AI projects. Also, a lot of projects that make these catalogs. I prefer Futurepedia. And again, most important thing: tomorrow there will be a demand for programmers who know how to use AI in their work.
Yeah.
Just keep it in the mind.
Okay. Thank you. Good advice,
Thank you,
Alex.
Pavel.
Yeah, let me check comments, whether we do have some comments for you or not, and otherwise we might wrap up then. Yeah, I see that we've got comments only for the previous talk. So that means that you've explained yourself in a very detailed way. So I just want to say thank you. You've collaborated with the ChatGPT at some point for this talk, I assume, and it really helped you. So yeah, I wish you good luck and all the best with your AI.
Thank you very much, Pavel, and thank you all of the team who organized this event. And if our listeners will have some questions to AI about AI to me directly, they can use my contacts on itbeer.com website. So feel free. Thank you
Okay.
and bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Ivan, and today we're going to present you a very interesting talk. And the name of this talk is why do we need project? Why do we need managers on the project? It doesn't mean what kind of managers, just the common question: why do we need them? And this question is because we have like a very popular stereotype that we have engineers who are actually doing their job, and we have a lot of different kind of managers. They are just saying, okay, let's do this like here, another one says something else, but no one actually does something very valuable. So that's the stereotype, that's the common approach. And let's think about having managers on the project, and let's think about what advantages we have if we have if we don't have managers on the project. And the first advantage is we don't have useless meetings such as retrospective, daily stand-ups, because it's boring. We spend a lot of time there. And the second one is less time is being spent to explain to managers that his idea is not possible technically, because like managers, they are trying to create something that is not actually even possible, and nobody has created it even before. The next thing is no micromanagement. Then customer pays less because managers, they have really high salaries, and customer pays for that. But for that for that money, we can hire more developers actually. The next point is we can spend more time for writing code because we don't need to spend this time for unnecessary communication. And the last one, you don't need to know what does story point mean. Okay, that's about advantages of not having managers on the project. What if we think about disadvantages of this approach? That's a great question. So nothing came to my mind when I was creating this presentation. And let's think about some theoretical project, very beginning phase of this project. And we will take through all stages of this project while this project will be growing. And currently we are at the very beginning of the project. And here the setup of the project that we are currently have. So you can see that we have an engineer and we have a customer. That's a very simple project. That's why we don't need to have any more people. Let's take a look at engineer responsibilities. So first of all is, of course, writing code, and the second was communication with the customer. Nothing else is expected from engineer. And let's take a look what will happen with the project in 1 year. Hello, Alex.
Yeah, hello, one. How is going
How are you
on?
doing?
Yeah, pretty well, pretty well. Yeah, we already finished the features that you proposed previous time, and now, yeah, I have a rest.
Yeah, that's great. I'm really glad to work with you actually. Yeah, have like a lot of ideas and I'd like to implement all of them to get more money, because I'm a customer, I have a project. Yeah. Okay. So actually, you remember previously I asked you to estimate a very huge scope that we're going to complete within next 3 months. Yeah, you remember?
Yes, I already estimated it, but 3 months. To be honest, after my estimation, like I think we can deliver it in 1 year.
1 month, you said, yeah?
No. I said 1 year.
Sorry, something wrong
Year.
with headphones. Week, yes, week.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
great. 1 week.
Year. You
Oh,
can read
year.
by
You
mouth.
said
Year.
year.
Yeah.
It's like 12 months.
Yeah, 12 months.
Ah, that's a lot. I didn't expect to have so much time to develop this feature. And you know what we
Yeah,
are
but
going to
it's a huge feature, like
Yeah, but
a lot of
we have New Year soon, and we are going to implement this feature uh, before this New Year to gain more money during New Year because we have a lot of ideas and would like to implement them. I have an option. Maybe I can ask you to work a bit more. You have a lot of vacation and holidays, and also you work only 8 hours per day. You have like at minimum 8 hours more. If we try to spend more your time on work, maybe we can do it a bit faster and be in time in 3 months.
I don't think so. Like burnout is coming, and yeah, I absolutely need some rest and vacations. Also, I have a family, and yeah, that is why
Family.
I don't think that they will enjoy this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you have family. Okay, then we need to think about something else. How to complete everything within 3 months, and we have really huge scope.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Like maybe I can propose my idea. Like from this feature, what I can see, like I can decompose this feature, and we can split it in a different epics. And to be honest, we can split it from the different to the different developers. And from this point, we can hire maybe 3 more developers,
Hmm.
and we can deliver it a little bit faster. I consider 3 months is achievable with 3 more developers.
Okay, 3 more developers. That sounds interesting. Okay, but who will be responsible for hiring them? for interviewing them. Like I don't know anything about like Go language that we use on our project. I don't know any technical thing.
Not a Go language. Yeah.
Okay,
We are
Java.
using
Yeah, I remember Java. Yes.
it's pretty the same like Java, but JavaScript.
Yeah,
The
as I
script
said.
is
So
the
I know I don't know a lot about that. So I'm not sure I will be able to interview them.
Yes, I can handle it. Why not? Like I'm already in a project. I implemented everything here, and I have all of the knowledge. I can create. Maybe I can spend a couple of days and create a documentation for newcomers, and also I can support you in an interview.
Okay, that's a great idea. Yeah, you really will help me a lot. And you know what? I think when we have 3 more developers, we'll be need to have a kind of team and technical lead. And since I see that you're a very skilled person, you are completing everything that I asking you within like very short period of time. So I think I can propose you a new role of being a team lead on the project. What do you think about that? I think that's a great opportunity for you as well.
Yeah, for sure. I consider I can achieve it. Yeah, and maybe we
Yeah,
can discuss extra money.
yeah. Thank you very much, Alexei. I'm really happy that you'll be able to be at new position. So hope we will complete everything in 3 months, and yeah, let's start hiring.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Cool.
Have a nice day. See you.
Yeah. Have a good day too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, you just seen the conversation between customer and engineer in 1 year after the beginning of the project. So the next stage of the project is team growth. So let's take a look what happened during this year and what problem they faced with. The first problem is a huge scope. So they have to complete a lot of things, but that's not a problem because we can complete it with the 1 year, as Alexei already mentioned. But another problem is we have tight deadlines, so it has to be completed within a very small amount of time. So the solution to fix this issue, to somehow deal with it, is first of all we need to hire more engineers, and the second one we need to promote Alex to a new role to be a team lead. On this screen you can see the project setup after 1 year. So they've hired an EU dev team. Now they have 3 developers, and now they have a team lead. So team lead has its own responsibilities, and team lead has to delegate tasks, has to train and develop people, control quality. So he's responsible for technical decisions, performance management, communication, and of course team lead is still engineer, and team lead has to write code. Of course there are a lot of other responsibilities, but we just took a look at the most maybe popular one and the most important ones. Okay, let's take a look what will happen with this project in 1 more year. Hey Alexei,
Yeah. Hi there.
how are you doing?
Oh my God. Yeah, a little bit overwhelmed with all of this managerial stuff, but yeah, it goes pretty smoothly for me.
Yeah, why overwhelmed? So I thought that you're like doing a lot of coding, your team lead, new opportunities, new responsibilities.
Oh, to be honest, no, I didn't write code for a couple of months because of all of this managerial stuff. What I need to review the code. I need to create some grooming session to
Come on, it'll
prepare.
take like 5 hours in total in the week, but we have
Oh
4
no,
other
no,
days.
no, 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 no. For example, in case of review, let's imagine like I need to open the code, go through all of these changes. I need to run the code on my side and check all of the requirements, all of the quality. Like I'm also a part of a quality gate, and from this point, like I spent half of day for the reviewing, and we have 3 developers, and they are pretty seniority, and I spent a day and a half for the reviewing all of the features from them.
Okay,
And
4
yes,
other days in the week.
but yeah, as I mentioned, planning session, I need to have a conversation with you. Like you provide me all only the features. Like I need to do whatever, and then after it, I need to uh, gather all of the requirements. I need to prepare a user story for the team to make it clear for all of the team members what we implement and what we should implement. And yeah, it takes a lot of time for me.
Okay, but you know what? I really like the progress. If it's okay for you, let's keep it as it going because I see that all features are implemented, and actually that was a great solution to hire new people in the team because we've successfully deployed and released new feature. We got a lot of money during New Year because like holidays, and our project is very related to holidays. So yeah, we're really happy. We have a lot of money, our project is growing, so I really like how it's going on. Do you have any issues with that?
Yeah, I see only one issue. Like, I didn't write code, and it means like I didn't learn any new technology. I didn't focus on the technologies, and I cannot bring something new and some special stuff for the project. And it seems for me it's a problem. And maybe yes, maybe I can propose you to hire
Yeah, i have
one.
i have solution for that actually.
Okay.
Yeah, just one thing. As I already mentioned, I'm really happy how it's going on, and that's why I'm really want to you to be happy because it's important for me. Like if you're happy, then the project is going well, more money, and I'm happy. So I have another like solution for you. So you have weekends. If you still have family, maybe it's not an issue, but if you haven't the family, maybe you can start working on weekends and write code, making like writing code on the weekends, and you'll be happy. More coding, more features. What do you think?
No way, man. Like burnout is coming, and I cannot take it on weekends. I cannot overtime because I already overwhelmed with all of this stuff. I I,
Okay.
I can propose. Yeah, I saw this solution previous time, and I can propose you to hire one more person who will handle all of this managerial stuff, who will have a conversation with you, who will cover all of the meetings, who will create a user story for us, who can um gather the requirements also. I consider it can be a new role on a project. It can be a project manager. What do you think?
Oh yeah, that's great idea. So Alex, I really like it because you have a lot of good ideas. So previous idea for hiring developers that was great, and actually having a new person, kind of manager that will be handle all this stuff, and you will have more time for writing code, and you'll be happy. You remember like you happy project money. I'm happy. So yeah, that's great. That's a great idea. Let's do it. Let's hire a new person. The team is gonna be project manager. Yeah, I like this name, project manager.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Sounds really great. And what
Yeah.
what about extra money for me?
So I have great news for you. Perfect news. So our team is growing because we successfully launched a new feature in a year, and now our team is growing, and we have new people in our team on our side. So it means that starting from the next meeting, we will have a new stakeholder from my side. So her name is Maria, and she'll be responsible for handling this project. And I'm kind of big boss. I have a lot of other projects, so I need to handle them. And Maria will be responsible for this one. Thank you, Alexei. I'm really glad that you're willing to contribute to this project and having a lot of good ideas. Thank you, Alexei,
I
and have a good
appreciate
day.
it. Yeah, thank you. Have a good day. See you. Bye.
See you. Okay, you've just seen the conversation between the customer and the team lead of the project. And the problem was that the team lead, Alexei, he stopped coding and he doesn't like it. So that's the next stage of the project. No more coding for lead engineer. Again, let's take a look at the problem. So Alex doesn't code anymore, and Alex spends a lot of time for non-technical things, but he's engineer. Yeah, he doesn't like it. So they came up with a solution, and the solution was to hire a new person, and the name of the role will be a project manager. Yeah, they decided to give to Alex opportunity to grow as an engineer, to continue growing in engineering track, to give him more ability to do it. Currently, the project setup is next. So we have a project manager, we have a team lead, and we have a dev team. But at the same time, customer team is also growing, and now we have customer stakeholders. So it means that currently the customer is not just a single person, it's probably several of them at different stakeholders of customer that are responsible for different things. Let's take a look at responsibilities of a new person, of project manager. First of all is project planning, process management, stakeholder communication, documentation reporting, cost management, scope management, time management, risk management, cook management, table management, whatever management. So it means that a manager will be responsible for all managerial stuff on the project. And let's take a look what will happen with the project in 1 more year.
I'm sorry. Hi, Alexei. It was some technical issues, and
Sure.
yeah, how is going on?
Well, it's going well, thank you. And you? How are you
Oh,
doing?
me too, pretty well, thank you. And I come to you to discuss the last report, and I found a few issues. Let's discuss it today.
Let's discuss and let's see how I can address them effectively.
Yeah, according to the report, we have a lot of bugs, and one feature wasn't fully implemented. And, a few concerns about team health. And it seems like teams also not really happy with current situation.
Yeah, I see what you mean. First of all the bugs has been addressed. No issues anymore. So, but yeah, anyway, we internally discussed with the team to try and identify the root cause of all these issues. And what we found down the main aspect of all of these challenges is related to the lack of single truth, the single point of truth for our requirements, right? So we have involved a lot of different stakeholders, and right, so they are, sometimes they're coming directly to guys, missing me, and trying to tell them what should be changed and so on. And so this leads to first of all, of misunderstanding, and subsequently it lead to these bugs numbers and the features that wasn't fully implemented. And I see that really the team is not happy, and I'm also not happy with that situation.
Yeah, I understand this. And we need to find a way to address these challenges. And additionally, I noticed that your calendar quite busy, and I had a lot of difficulties to find available slot for scheduling this meeting and other meetings.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah, I'm really busy, and I've been doing several things in parallel. So of course, all this team management stuff about creating, the stories, tasks, and documentation to keep documentation up to date, of course. And I still hiring and staffing the new team members and to. Right. So, and I've been preparing for hackathon as per your request.
Yeah,
And
I remember.
Yes, and implementing Scrum is also keep me busy last few weeks. So yeah, but I will try to see and reschedule. I would say, right, review my calendar.
Thanks a lot. And I have one more issue. You know that I'm not really technical person, and I can't cover too technical questions from the team. And I'd like to ask what can be done to prevent team from coming to me with really technical questions, because I'm really worrying, and I'd like to be sure that they need support, which they have support, which they need.
To manage technical issues, I would highly recommend to involve a business analyst to our team. So they specialize in understanding and documenting project requirements. So they also know how to ensure that the requirements are clear, complete.
Hold on, Alexei. What will be the benefit to me to have a BA in the team?
Having a BA in the team brings several benefits. So first of all, it's improved communication between technical and business sides. It's a better requirement gathering and analysis. So it's more efficient problem solving. And so this can lead to higher quality deliverables, yes, and smoother project execution and more successful outcomes of our project.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's give it a try. And could you please arrange a BA to our team join? Let me think from when. Let's try to do it from the next iteration. It will be nice.
I'm confident, that involving will help us to address a lot of issue and will improve the project performance.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Sounds great. Okay, have a nice day, Alexei. See you.
Okay, you've just seen the conversation between customer stakeholder and the project manager. And the next stage of the project is requirements. So we decided to name this stage so because of the problem that we have. We have a couple of them. So first of all, it's a lot of bugs, and the most like popular reason why we have a lot of bugs is requirements are not met for task. Then we also had the problem that customer is being pinged by developers because project manager is not always available, and developers ask customer technical questions. So developers, they are engineers, they are technical persons, customers non-technical at all, and it's hard for them to communicate between each other. And the solution was to hire again one more person in a team, and the name of the role is business analyst. So the final setup at this moment will be having business analysts, project manager, team lead, dev team from our development team part, and we have customer stakeholder from the customer part. Let's take a look at business analysts' responsibilities. First of all, is of course requirements gathering, it's requirement analysis and documentation, data analysis, business process modeling, communication and stakeholder management, change management, domain knowledge, and a lot of them, but we already listed the most popular ones for business analysts. And you might think that's the final setup on the project, but sometimes we have big or even large projects, and more more new roles are needed for this project. And let's take a look what will happen with the project in one more year.
Yeah, hi Alexei again. How is it going?
Hey, Maria. Same old. How about you?
Oh, me pretty good. And I came to you with a great news. Yesterday at the boarding meeting, we discussed it, and we need to ramp up our efforts. And we discussed it to add two more streams. One will focus on technology transformation, and another to the cloud migration.
Wow, that sounds like exciting direction for our company.
Yeah, I'm also really happy with this discussion and this news. And my primary goal here is to maintain high level of quality. And by the way, I'd like to mention that I really glad that we add business analyst to our team. He made a significant contribution and resolved a lot of issues with the technical side, with the team side, and I'm really happy about it. But let's come back to my responsibilities here. We have several specific requirements, like including zero downtime, providing multi-region support, and to be ensuring green releases. And I think we have to expand our team. It seems like we need kind of manager. It should be manager with strong technical knowledge, as I understand, to share this technical knowledge within team. And how do you think we can address all these needs?
So, I would be more than happy to assist you with hiring and starting new team members, but it's important to know that I like the technical background. So I for efficiently handle the technical aspects, we will need an engineering manager for that role.
Well, all right. Could you tell me more about the engineering manager? Who is it and what is his responsibilities to make me clear?
The engineering manager is the leader, first of all, it's a leader of engineering team. So they're responsible for technical guidance, for sometimes even for project planning and communication. And yeah, it's of course they have strong technical expertise. So leadership skills, and the ability to solve the problems and manage conflicts.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah.
and also, they don't only work with. I would say they not only work with one team. Normally, they have this proactive alignment with organization across all the organization.
Oh, yeah, now I understand more who is engineering manager. Yeah, it seems like really nice. And what do you think will be easy to find this person in the market?
Well, I'm not sure about the market, but what I could recommend you is considering Alex for this role. So, he's been performing many aspects of this role already. So, Alex is a great, the team leader, right? And he create development plans, and he communicate with the team, with different team and departments.
Yeah.
So he builds strong reputation and trust within the organization, and he's well suited for this position.
Yeah, Alex a good leader, and I really happy with his work. And as I know, the team also quite happy with his performance. But I have few concerns, like it will be easy to replace the Alex of this role, and who will take responsibility as a team leader in current team.
I see your concerns, and while our team are growing, Alex is a great manager, so he prepared successor, and now we have, I would say, very well planned how to replace him with the guys in our team as well. So it will be organic growth, I would say. So guy from who is now senior software developer is becoming team leader of his team, and Alex could is already playing, so he can take this role of engineering manager.
Oh, yeah, well, night sounds really promising, and I like this idea. Let's go ahead and promote Alex to this new role, and I hope everybody will be happy, especially our project and customer side, and you as a project manager.
Absolutely. I'll take care about the all necessary documentation and look forward to sharing this exciting news with the team.
Yeah, that sounds really nice. Thank you for this meeting. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Maria. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, you just seen the conversation again between Maria, who is customer stakeholder, and Alexei, who is project manager. And the next and the last for today's stage of this project is having several streams. So let's take a look at the problem or challenges that the team has faced with. So the first one is customer decided to open a couple of new sub projects. The next problem is customer wants to align developer processes between projects, and customer is interested in engineering growth. So yeah, they talked a bit, they thought a bit, and they decided to have again a new role in the project. But the difference between the previous ones is they are not going to hire this person from market. They are going to promote existing person who is working as a team lead in the project, and they decided to promote Alex to engineering manager role. And the very final setup of our theoretical project that we've discussed today is next. We have project manager and engineering manager. That's shareable resources between several streams or projects. And if you take a look at any single project, it will look something like business analyst, team lead, and the dev team. And we might have several such projects. And as already mentioned, we have like its own business analyst, team lead, and dev team in each one, but we have shared project manager and engineering manager between these projects. And yeah, at the same time, we have customer stakeholders. And a new role after this conversation was engineering manager, one more manager, but with different name before manager word is engineering. Let's take a look at responsibilities. So first of all, it's team leadership. It's resource allocation, technical guidance, quality assurance, product development, technical documentation, and scalability and efficiency. So if to say all these things in short, it's kind of the next level of team lead. But currently, that's responsibilities not only of one single project, but more about having several of them. And that was the last role play, the last stage of the project. Let's have a quick summary about everything we already talked. So the first one is during project growth, new roles appear in the project. And it's important to understand that small projects might not have even a project manager. Single developer can be enough because not a lot of managerial work are expected there. The next thing is engineer can replace any of these roles, but it will be time consuming and with less quality. And that's thing that, yes, engineer can do everything. That's right. Yeah, like it can engineer can write code, engineer can ask another engineer what about the status, but it will be with less quality, without knowing all these methodologies and so on. And probably the engineer will not be happy about that, because engineers, they by default they are interested into coding, into learning new technologies, new frameworks, but not about like Scrum, Kanban, or something like that. It depends, of course, but in general, something works like that. The next thing is that we provided a very single example of how project can grow. So it means that if we take a look at the same setup at the beginning of another project, the situation at the end can be very different because it's very specific on the project growth, on the budget, on the customer, on even time zone, on everything. It depends. And another project can have less or even more different roles and people in the team. And of course, our goal was to high level overview of couple of roles that we already discussed, but there are a lot of more different roles that we didn't uncover. It's of course QA, Scrum Master, DevOps, delivery, resource, product, account managers, and a lot of other managers. So you can like get any word, then add the manager at the end, and voila, you have a new manager. And the last thing here is that all role listed might have different responsibilities in different companies and projects, but the core will remain the same. So it means that project manager in company A in the project A might have different responsibilities in the like company B and project B. Again, it depends on project size, customer, company, whatever else. And so even in one company, engineering manager is engineering manager. In another one, the same responsibility might have team lead or even engineer. But that's like the core idea that we just wanted to highlight. And the one thing that wasn't mentioned here, but we again was talked about that, is that new roles very often people who are currently working in the project, they grow to a new role, and hiring a new person from market, sometimes it's not needed, and it's even better if a person who already knows the project is growing and getting a new role. That's it, and I'd like just to show you and to present you everybody who was talking today. So the first one is Maria. She was a stakeholder. Maria, you can turn on your camera. The next one is Alexei, Alexei Makась. He was engineer, team lead, and at the end he became engineering manager. Then we have Alexei Kulishevich, who was the project manager. Then we have me, who was talking, who was trying to explain what's going on here. And we have the last role. It's a customer, but actually we don't know this guy. Who was the customer? We don't know. So that's the random guy who was talking with this, yeah, perfect glasses and hat, and actually very interesting person, I would say. But we don't know who was this person. Yeah, actually that's it from our side. Thank you very much for attention. And if you have any question, feel free to ask them. And give me a second. I will take a look at the comments. So I have one comment. We want to see the face of Alex when received the news to become the engineering manager. Okay, Alex, what was your face when you? Yeah, that's great. But no salary rise. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I'm kidding. So I don't see any more questions. Yeah, so I think we can finish. Thank you very much, guys, and have a good day.
Thank you, guys. It was very funny to see this cartoon. Also, this is great teamwork. So two engineers and two managers. And this is always need to understand each other and how are you doing this by the example. Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrei. Andrei have impressive 20 years of experience as currently solution architect. Regarding his experience and career path on the LinkedIn looks also impressive, and a lot of steps and leading teams, solution architecture, the next stage solution architecture. Also, I see that Andrei is also a YouTuber. He presenting the new podcasts about new technologies. Andrei, hello. Do you want to?
Yeah. Hi, happy to be here. I'm really pumped. The whole energy of this conference has really got me pumped. Thanks for introducing me as a YouTuber. I'm not yet like a full-blown YouTuber, not ready to put it on my CV. I have a YouTube channel with only 6 subscribers and 0 videos, but I'm doing guest appearances on different YouTube channels. Well, live conferences, obviously, do a lot of public speaking. I think I really enjoyed it.
Very honest and prepared speaker. Andrei looked for me very prepared, and we talked backstage. Andrei, what is your topic? What you want to share?
Sure, but speaking of YouTube, my plan for the growth of my YouTube channel that by the end of this presentation, at least like 2 subscribers, I'll gain 2 subscribers, which is like 30% growth, which would be great.
You got
and
one.
Coming back to my topic, the topic is recent web frameworks from the architectural perspective. I can say it because I practiced it like 100 times. This is the name, just to say it without any interruption. That was, I think, the most challenging part for me in the preparation here.
We don't have such experience as yours, and excited to hear about this.
Yeah, excited to go. So let's start.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I mentioned, and as you can see on the screen, the name of the presentation is recent web frameworks from the architectural perspective. However, it is not technically correct, and I think technically correct is the best type of correct. Technically correct name is relatively recent web frameworks, and you'll see why in a couple slides later. So the technically correct and proper name for a presentation is relatively recent web frameworks from the architectural perspective. Of course, me being the architect and sharing my perspective with you. Then I looked at this slide and I decided to add some design. So this is how I did some design from my point of view looks. So you can already tell I enjoy minimalism. Let's define the scope. Which relatively recent web frameworks are we talking about? These are Solid.js, Astor.js, and Quick. Why? To be honest, well, the answer is because I stumbled upon them and I liked what I saw. But again, I'm running ahead of myself. Let's let me do a quick introduction of myself, and this will be a brief one. So my name is Andrei Rudavko. This is a picture, a relatively recent one. You can see me in two places. As already mentioned, I am a solution architect and I've been in web development since 2003. Of course, I've been using web since even before that. I've been using web. The most, like the earliest memory that I remember is from Netscape, when you put the URL in the Netscape web browser and you click enter. I think I saw this kind of animation. I think I remember some kind of globe spinning, although I'm not sure. So that's how much experience I have. I like to have it in terms of experience and not in terms of how old I am. And at work, I sometimes have to recommend a web framework. As an architect, people tend to expect these sort of things, and part of the technological recommendations, especially from me, since I'm known for my web expertise, I'm expected to recommend a web framework. And from time to time, when I have the passion and the drive, I delve in some web frameworks that I stumble upon. This is what I've found, and I'm glad to share my experience with you. A bit more about me from the technical side, and I think something from the personal side is I'm a fan of static content on CDN, which sometimes has been hard because I try to keep this enjoyment to the side so as to not let it affect my objectivity during the engagements and at work. Why I enjoy it? Because of the ease of deploying and reverting. So I can deploy, and then if something crashes, I can just revert it. And basically, it's kind of not wasting computer cycles as compared to active deployments. And of course, CDNs are scalable out of the box. And from my perspective, they are less brittle than active server deployments. This might seem like a tangent, but let's not dive into the framework comparison just yet. Let's go the scenic route. I want to talk about a high level perspective, like high. MPAs versus SPAs. Having so much experience gives me the benefits of like thinking that I still remember web in the good old days, how it was. And basically the MPA, multiple application, or as they were known as just websites before the SPA has been coined, and the single page application, or like relatively new approach to the cool websites. Now, multi-page application basics. I'm sure everyone knows this, but just to reiterate, and this will come in later. The basic thing is that it serves HTML with all of your content and everything inside HTML. And historically and practically, and even now, some JavaScript to the side, like depending on the requirements. Some websites have zero JavaScript at all. Some have little, for example, for the calculators and some interactivity. But historically, it was just plain HTML. Then there was some JavaScript. Single page applications, on the contrary, they have this huge JavaScript and like very little HTML. I remember back in, 2003, 2004, when I was diving into the DOM handling methods of JavaScript, how you could create elements. And I thought to myself, okay, because I used to look inside the source code of basically every interesting website that I came around to check how it's made, how it was written, what approaches they used. And usually when you open the website back like in 2003 and clicked view source, you would see everything. And when I learned this create DOM elements methods, I thought, okay, it would be really funny to ship just empty body, like tiny HTML, and then with JavaScript populated with DOM elements. And obviously now all SPA websites are built like that. And connecting back, why it was important for me to mention that I started in 2003 is surprisingly the SPA application, the SPA concept was first discussed by Netscape, if you remember a few slides back, the Netscape logo, in 2003, the same year that at least I start my web development experience journey. Now, the difference in approaches comes to the comparison. Like, I won't dive deep into this. I won't be very technical. I'll just briefly touch and highlight the key points, like the key benefits, at least from my perspective, from my side. And the discussion on these topics, at least from the points that I'm seeing, is always versus. There are proponents of multi-page applications and proponents of single-page application. And when React introduced server components, there was a lot of buzz. And this funny phrase, like, we are just going back in circles to where we started, it keeps repeating like every 5 or so years. To me, it's very interesting because from my perspective, at least from what I'm seeing, is that most current approaches are actually the combined approaches of MPAs and SPAs. At least there's always a possibility. Like if you take React, now they have React server components. If you take Angular, there is possibility to use server-side rendering. If you take Ruby on Rails, there's also possibility. Ruby on Rails is like mostly MPA framework, but there is a possibility to include some kind of SPA approaches in there. So from my perspective, currently it's a combination of those. And when you combine those, obviously you try to take best of both worlds. And almost always it works out that way. Of course, when it comes to better developer experience, there's a question mark because there's added complexity. You have to think in several stages, in several steps, what will be executed on the server and what will be executed on the client. Okay, now that we have taken the scenic route, we have arrived in the start of our destination. And finally, let's talk about the 3 web frameworks that I mentioned in the start. Let's start, of course, with Solid. And as you can see in the bottom left, grayed out a React logo, because to me, and I think to most people, Solid.js is kind of like React. What are, with some minor differences, what are those differences? This is actually the reason why I had to include the word relatively in my presentation title, because Solid.js development started around 2018, which is not recent or modern in any way, but it is very interesting. I like this framework, so I used it for a few personal projects. Some were just to try out, some were with some experience, and I think I really enjoyed it. There were a few differences, but in general, from like, not from the architectural perspective, but from the development perspective, I think it's kind of it's more fun and more flexible in some ways, but again more rigid in other ways. Comparing it to React, it has 8 kilobytes of total zipped size that you have to download when you visit a website, as compared to 44 kilobytes of bundle size that you have to download when you visit a website built in React. Interestingly, it has no virtual DOM. Basically, all of the code that you are writing, it's being compiled to vanilla.js. And that's how they are able to achieve this extreme performance, at least according to synthetic tests, and of course, better load because the bundle size is lower. Coming back, why I told you about MPA versus SPA or MPA plus MPA. Solid.js, of course, provides server-side rendering, and in what approach does Solid.js at least like officially suggest and works? And this is, of course, hydration. Hydration is, I suppose, a relatively classic way to combine two approaches. When you have SPA with server-side rendering, you do hydration. So first on the server, everything is being rendered to an HTML with the content included. This gets shipped to the client. The client shows this to the user and then downloads the JavaScript. And basically what hydration does is it executes all of the JavaScript and then does a switch from the static HTML to hydrated HTML. This is a relatively classic approach. Now, on to the next framework, Astro.js. When I think of Astro.js, I have like this huge feeling of love, and personally, I think this is the coolest one. Well, it's not the coolest, but it is the most enjoyable framework for me. I really enjoyed it, and I didn't have the chance to use it fully because Astro.js is presented by the teams that created it as an all-in-one web framework. But I used it for a personal blog. As you already saw, I love minimalism, and my idea of a personal blog was just basically some links and the page with the text with the maybe possibility to go to the previous and next post. That's it. With Astro.js, that was surprisingly easy. Like in an hour, I was able to create the framework and create everything, where Astro.js takes markdown files and converts it to HTML files, and I was able to publish it to the CDN, and it was marvelous. It was really great. As you have probably guessed, and as opposed to Solid.js, Astro.js is an MPA framework. It's server first. So basically everything you do in Astro, you're doing with the focus on the backend. When you're writing Solid, generally you expect the code to be run on the client. When you're doing Astro, you can expect your code to be run on the server. And it has 0 JavaScript by default, which is, again, fairly interesting. But again, without JavaScript, how do you present interactivity? And Astro team has used very peculiar approach. They basically allow you to use any frameworks, and I think it's practically is any. Like you could really use any framework, for example, Solid that we just talked about, and of course React, Preact, Svelte as kind of islands. So basically Astro will create an HTML file with the content, and you could put sort of how they call islands of interactivity inside in any framework. My next question would be how can this be used in a micro frontend kind of setup? But I'm yet to delve into that approach, and maybe that will warrant another presentation. So keep in touch, coming back to subscribing to my channel. So what approach does AstroJS use for this MPA plus SPA? It's still hydration, but less. So if the suggested SolidJS server-side rendering approach is hydration of the full page, the out-of-the-box suggested AstroJS approach is hydration, but less. Partial hydration. So basically, with these islands of interactivity, they are suggesting to just load the JavaScript that you need, which is pretty cool, I think. Now on to the most, I would say, innovative framework, Quick. Why is it the most innovative? If SolidJS was predominantly SPA and AstroJS was predominantly like server-based MPA, Quick is really kind of a combination. And I think this is the coolest approach that I've seen to properly combining server-side rendering, again in quotes, with SPA. Because, and they advertise this framework as a new kind of web framework. I put it in quotes because it's a quote, but I think I agree with that statement. I think it's a valid one. So basically, the approach is lazy loading on steroids. What is their approach? It's no hydration. You download HTML, and basically they are saying that it's interactive immediately. Of course, without downloading the JavaScript, it cannot be interactive. So their approach is lazy loading on steroids. And it's this new concept called resumability. You don't need hydration because their approach is obviously it's not something entirely new, but I think they are using it in a new and interesting way. So when you go to the website made in Quick, you download the whole HTML, and when you click a button, it will download just the code that's associated with that button. Now, obviously, there are some prefetching and preloading and multiple steps involved, but in general, I think it's pretty cool. And their promise is that you can have, they're basically trying to solve a problem when the bigger the feature set of a website, of an SPA website is, the bigger the bundle is, the longer the time to interactive phase is. And their promise is that you can still have your website with minimal JavaScript to load faster and become instantly interactive, regardless of the amount of code that you have in the project. That's really cool. As I mentioned, to me, it looks like, at least it feels like lazy loading on steroids. With Quick, I had some minor experience. I'm yet to test it fully and completely, but from what I'm seeing, I think this is pretty cool. And I'm really excited to see where the web is going. So thank you for coming to my presentation. You're on mute.
Thank you, Andrei. We got You're interested that to learn from your experience because it feels like you boiled it down right now. And your talk is gaining some questions right now. First of all, people are thanking you for presentation. And any thoughts on HTMX?
Zero.
All right.
Zero thoughts because I don't have enough information to give any thoughts. Haven't yet delved into this. And from like my experience, when I see some new technology, I usually give it some time. I don't straight jump into like delving. I just see how it goes. And I think in around 3 to 6 months, I'll be ready to dive deep on what HTMX is.
When you talk that you're ready, that I just personally feel that you will. That's pretty good. From other perspective of questions, for your perspective, is there any reason to use solid, quick Astro nowadays in production environment?
That's a good question. From my personal feel, how I think about it, I would start using it, and I would personally maybe suggest AstroJS, and I would definitely suggest Solid. SolidJS feels really solid at the moment, but not for something big. Personally, I would start from something small and something that would really win from using it, because obviously it has some drawbacks. For recommending SolidJS, you have to have like a team that is either knows SolidJS and has experience with it, or is ready to learn it. And when the client is ready for the team to get to learn SolidJS, so basically right now the hurdles that we have to overcome is kind of big. So basically for React there is practically no hurdle, and this is a no-brainer. Like, you recommend React, you have tons of developers who know it, you have huge development community, you have tons of projects on production that are running smoothly. But with SolidJS you also have those things, but they are a bit less, and with developer experience there is kind of a hurdle. So for me to recommend it, there must be some major benefit of why do we need to use SolidJS. Personally, I would like to recommend Quick more, but again, maybe in a half a year. And of course, yeah, it depends if we can go with some other frameworks that has been like on the market more, and that has more presence. That would be easier. For Quick, as I mentioned, there are hurdles, and unless there is some specific use case where the benefits would be clear, I think I'll still wait. But again, the timeline, that right now I would recommend everyone to dive deeper, do some hands-on, create some personal pet projects to check it out for themselves, to be ready to do production in half a year.
So do you recommend is when to start? You recommend to start quick and in a half a year?
No, I recommend everyone to go to the Quick website and create the personal pet Quick project if you have the time and experience to be ready when in half a year or a year everyone will start using Quick, and there will be some demand on the marketplace. You can then add that you have at least half a year of experience with Quick.
Nice prediction from the experience of solution architect. I think that's worth it to give it a try.
Yeah.
And
would be funny to look back on this recording in half a year and a year. I'll make sure to follow
up. In this case, we record this session, and if you see this session from the future, just get in touch with Andre and do something for the next future. And will you personally recommend these frameworks for production use? You also already answered, but maybe something else.
I think I see some more questions.
Good. Yeah.
If you still have the time, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, I think we have 5 minutes at least. And the question is, Francesco asking, can be useful to use these new frameworks in next years when all devices and bandwidth will be more? So.
Okay, that's an interesting question, especially regarding the device power and bandwidth. From some points of view, like this question may be a bit late. Like some people will say, wait, but isn't the bandwidth already like high? Isn't the power already great on the mobile devices? But I think the question is on point, because lots of people usually they forget that there are a lot of places where the bandwidth is like still slow 3G and the power of mobile devices are not as high. So for those use cases, I think these frameworks they're a bit better, but I wouldn't say they are much better than, for example, using classic React or Angular or any other frameworks, because it actually depends on how much the framework takes the performance optimization load on themselves. So for React and for Angular, at least currently, out of the box, you don't get like optimal performance. I'm not saying that you need optimal performance, but currently you don't get as great of a performance as, for example, with Astro.js and Quick. And there are lots of other frameworks that are chasing this performance thing. And they are advertising, okay, with our framework, you're getting like hundreds lighthouse performance metric out of the box. So it actually depends. And coming back to the next year's prognosis, what will be in next years regarding these frameworks, I think we'll have to see.
It's very excited. Yes, like if somebody have a courage to predict something, that's very interesting. And we have one more question. Alexander asking, in your opinion, is it right approach to have backend state duplicated or mirrored in front end, like Redux and etc.? Shouldn't the backend to be a single source of truth in every case?
That's
Did
a
you
good
get the
question.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. And if you're looking for like some straightforward answers, as an architect, we are taught to never answer anything straightforward, and we are always supposed to say it depends. And I think this is partially, at least in part, the age-old and the most complex programming problem of like caching. And for me personally, I don't think I have like the optimal solution. But again, I don't have to, because as an architect, you always lean back on the requirements of the business and what is needed for this project. And then in the context, it is possible to say, yeah, okay, backend should be single source of truth, or actually it doesn't really matter. We can put all the state in both places and just do some synchronization. Because from my experience, if you have states on the client and on the server, and you have to synchronize them, you will end up in some sort of complexity, and you'll have to overcome some sort of problems. There is no, well, basically the merging algorithm and merging process is not that simple. And personally, I think a few years ago, I used the approach where I used backend. And again, this is from my personal experience, not something from the production, and not something I would recommend, but I used it because it felt more secure. So basically, I put all of the state on the backend, and that was source of truth. And because there was a WebSocket connection, so basically and this is like an interesting approach. Again, don't use it. So the front end would, when the user did something, the front end would not change the state on the UI, did not change the local state at all. So the front end would call backend and update the state. The state on the backend would be updated, and then using the WebSocket connections, the update of the state would come to the front end, and then the UI would be updated. And yeah, as I mentioned, this is not an ideal approach for anything, but for me, it felt nice and interesting.
Let me check if we got anything else of questions. Looks not. And looks like you can ask Andrei for any problem, architectural or engineering. And looking forward to see what is the future. Thanks for sharing your vision.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for having me. And yeah, looking forward to what's next.
Thank you, Andrei. And we have two more talks left. Stay on this channel. See you.
Thanks. See you.
Hello, Kirill. Hello, Sargis.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Well, guys, we have two engineers that our conference is engineers to engineers, and we talked already about server and the client. And guys, I prepared this bridging a gap between a client and server topic. Want you to share how did you prepare this talk? What do you want to share about with us today?
Thank you. So today we are so excited to
present you our talk, which is entitled What's New in Form Handling, Bridging the Gap Between Client and Server. A few words about the agenda. First of all, we are going to talk about forms, web, and standards. Then we are going to talk about Remix, which is a new framework, and specifically, we are going to present you how Remix changed the game in form handling. Then we are going to move on to server actions, which are a completely new feature in React.js and also Next.js. Then we'll show you a demo project and we'll see all of this magic in form handling in action. And then at the end of the talk, we'll be happy to answer your questions. First of all, let us introduce ourselves. Kirill, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone again. I'm Kirill. I've been working in the front end for more than 7 years. My path was started with jQuery, so I've seen some stuff. And my heart now in with React.js. Also, I'd like to develop an app that makes users say, "Whoa, that's amazing." I'm passionate about optimizing performance, making a lot of tests, and making an application accessible for all users. So that is briefly from about me. Service.
Thank you so much, Kirill. And a few words about me. I'm a software engineer with a PhD degree in humanities and 3+ years of experience in full stack web programming. I'm fan of JavaScript ecosystem and all things JS. I'm mostly skilled in React in the front end and Node in the backend side. I love computer science and algorithms world, and apart from the tech stuff, I love traveling to explore different cultures. Now let's talk about web and forms in general. On the screen, we can see a few examples of forms. And actually, forms act as a bridge between the client and server in web architecture. And they make it possible and they make the communication possible between the client and server, because that's how the client can send the user input to the server. And in this regard, forms are a crucial part of any front-end application. And in most web projects, a considerable amount of code is responsible just to handle forms and form submissions. And we can see this Facebook like or thumbs up button, which is just an example, another example of form. It might come as a surprise, but yeah, this is also a form because the client, the web apps, sends user input to the server. So forms are everywhere in any web application. Forms were originally designed for the pre-JavaScript web world to make it possible for web apps to send user input in an HTTP request. And what's important is that this design assumes that interaction with the server should always happen by a navigation to a completely new page. And yeah, this is completely true, because when we don't have any JavaScript on the client side, what we can do to process form and to show the user the result of form submission is that we can just redirect the user to a new page. So that's why forms were designed as a navigation event in HTML. And by default, form submission is treated as a GET request, and the submitted data is appended to the URL. In this example, we can see that, for example, user typed my input, and what user typed is appended to the URL, because we didn't explicitly specify any method for this form element. On the other hand, in the second example, we can see that method is set to post, so it is treated to be it is treated as a post request, and form data, instead of appending to the URL, will be processed as a request body and will not be visible. One example one example might be, for example, sign-in form, and apparently what user typed in sign-in form shouldn't be visible in the URL, but if we have a search form, for example, it's really okay to process it as a GET request. Now let's talk about forms in single-page application age. To avoid full-page reload and provide a smoother UX, modern single-page applications usually take a full control of form handling to prevent the default behavior of browsers, HTML, and web. And on the right side, we can see one example of form handling in any typical React application. We have one simple form, one with one input, and one button with submit form value. And once this form is submitted, what is going to happen is that we are going to prevent the default behavior of browser by calling event.prevent default function, just to prevent this full page reload. Yeah, because if we didn't specify it, the browser will take control of form handling and will try to process this form handling itself, and then we will see a navigation to a completely new page, a full page reload. But in this case, what we can see is that React.js takes control of managing user input. We have a use state hook used there, and we are keeping track of what user inputs in the input field. And then when form is submitted, apart from preventing the default, we are constructing the API network request ourselves. We specify the method. Also, we provide the request body there, and then we might also handle any side effect which might come as a result of this form submission. So we are doing a lot of stuff here. And we can see that this is a really imperative programming in a declarative framework. So everything else in React seems to be declarative. Only when it comes to form handling, this framework suddenly becomes an imperative. And here we can compare these two examples. On the left side, we can see a simple short example, and the form handling will be processed by browser itself with the full page reload, of course. And on the right side, we can see the same example from a typical React application. And if we compare these two examples, we should love the simplicity of the example on the left side, because it's much cleaner, it's much shorter, and it's much simpler. So don't try to go against the web, because the web platform itself is extremely powerful. Even if we are preventing the default behavior of full page reload, the web still can be of great help. So welcome native APIs, form data API, and constraint validation API. So let's see what form data API can do for us. Instead of setting state and to keep track of user input, which will lead to a new re-render every time user types any new input in the input field, we just can use this form data constructor function, and it will take all of the user input values from event.target element and so on. We can just pass it to body, and that's it. We don't need any state here. So this is one way that web platform can help us, even if we are trying to prevent default, for example. And then another example is that we can use constraint validation API to build very customizable validation systems on the client side. And one of the reasons that we are using use state on the client side is that we need to keep track of user input every time to do also validation. But with constraint validation API, it becomes much simpler. And on the screen, we can see all the properties and methods that are available on this API. And all of these are taken from MDN docs, so we can check out MDN documentation for more details. And one example we can see here is that, for example, user clicks submit button without any input, then we can see a really customized error message. So that's not what the browser provides. It's all written and customized by developer on the client side with constraint validation API. Now let's see how Remix changed the game in form handling. Remix is a new full-stack framework which propagates the idea of using web fundamentals instead of going against web and browser capabilities. Remix popularizes itself as a browser emulator, and it does what the browser and web already know to do, plus some extra really powerful capabilities that they can do. As a result, Remix apps work before JS is loaded or even when JavaScript fails to load. So Remix applications just work before JavaScript. And a little bit of history of Remix. Remix was co-founded by Ryan Flores and Michael Jackson in 2020. They are well known in React community because they have built React Router as well. In October 2022, Remix was acquired by Shopify, a Canadian e-commerce company, which will provide a long support for this really cool framework. Now let's see what Remix proposes in form handling. We can use form component from Remix, and that's it. Everything else is the same. Instead of using HTML form with lowercase, we just need to use form with capital letter. And this form component which is provided by Remix is just a declarative way to perform data mutations, create, update, and delete all of this stuff. And whether JavaScript is on the page or not, your data interactions created with form and action will work. And after form submission, all of the loaders on the page will be reloaded. And loaders are get functions, which are just functions which are responsible for get requests for this route. And this will ensure that any updates to our data will be reflected in the UI, so we don't need to take care of data updates. And form also automatically serializes your form's values identically to what the browser will do in this case. And also we can build optimistic UI and pending indicators with use navigation hook provided by Remix. So what we can see here is that we need to pass some URL, some relative URL to action property of form. And this will lead to a function created in our file system. And this action will run only on the server side. We can do any kind of server-side logic and data mutations there, or we can write to database and so on. Any server-side logic we can write in this function, which is just provided to action properties of form component. No state, no complexity, everything is much simpler, and also there will not be full page reload in this case. Now let's talk about server actions, which are new revolutionary feature in React framework. Server actions are functions that run on the server side. But the thing is that we can call them on the client side just like a normal function. They are still an alpha feature in React, but they are also available in Next.js with a special flag. Server actions allows us to run code on the server without having to create an API endpoint. And it's really true. We don't need any additional layer between client and server. Client doesn't need to interact with the server with any additional layer. A few examples that server actions can help us with. We can write any logic related to writing to a database, for example. We can write to database directly from the client side because this function will run on the server side, so there is no safety threats in this case. And we can write any server-side logic. We can call any external APIs without having to create an API endpoint. So in summary, we can do any server-side stuff in server actions without having to create an API endpoint. And let's see a simple example of server actions. This looks revolutionary, right? Because we provide this function to action property of form element, and this server side and this function will run only on the server side. So we can save to DB, for example. We can do any kind of server side logic there in the same file. So in the same file, we have both client-side logic and we have server-side logic, and it's truly revolutionary. Now let's see all of this magic in action and in a demo project. Kirill, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sergis, for getting the great context. So Next.js server actions and Remix actions reduce the gap between client and server and do them a bit closer. So let's play around with them and compare how they do it. Here I have two similar apps. It's just simple to-do list, one built on Remix and another built on Next.js. So let's deep dive and start with Remix. In Remix, all files that are in the roads folder are considered as road files. What does it mean? It means that in each file we can create loader function for fetching data, action for handling form actions, and create default function that present our component itself. And here we have an ordered list to show to-do list and simple form that just have that has input and submit button. That's it. And also I want to notice that these actions get to-do listings and create to-do. It's not any HTTP calls. It's just directly query to database using Prisma RAM. And yeah, so let's see how it works. Let's create task and switch to network tab and see our post request with our payload check and response that we provided here, returned here. So you can see that it's very simple. You can just return any object and you will see it in response. That's it. So also I intentionally added console log here just to show you that it doesn't run on the client. And if we check it server terminal, we can see that it runs on the server side. So let's make a challenge for our small app and disable JavaScript, and we'll see how Remix handles with that. So let's make sure that our JavaScript are rejected and see what will happen. So as you can see, it seems it works. And let's see what we have. We have post request, without our payload, with our payload, and response has a document HTML. So it works as it works in web platform by default. So that's really cool. And if with that we can follow the progressive enhancement approach, when we can provide as great experience as a client device can afford. So we can run it. I know that it's a very simple app, but anyway, we can run it in any device, in mobile, in smart TV, in pocketbook, even in Internet Explorer. It will work in any device. So that's really great. So next, let's enable JavaScript again here and switch over to Next.js and see how it works here. In Next.js, started from 13.4 version, we can turn on React server components, just enabling the server actions feature in the config file. And that's it. After turn on this feature, all components in the app folder are considered as React server components. What it means? It means that all outside functions outside of the component are server actions. And if we want to put server actions directly into the component, we just need to add user server label, and that's it. So here we have get data for fetching data, add item for a handling form action, and the same unordered list for to-do list and simple form. That's it. So the main difference here is we, as in Remix, we used form, special form component, and here we use the default component form. And we need to specify action to link with our server action here. And let's see how it works here. So we do the same, create the same task. Let's see that we have post request with our payload, but unfortunately we don't have here response. So it's a bit harder here in Next.js to provide a response. Of course, it's doable, but we need to make more efforts for that. Rather than in Remix, it works really straightforward, just return an object and that's it. And also, I want to note that we should revalidate our path here by ourselves. And in Remix, it also works under the hood. So here I also intentionally added console log. And let's check that we don't have this on the client. And we have this only in server terminal. So now let's do the same challenge and disable JavaScript in Next.js and see what we have. So let's create task, and it seems it works here as well. So let's check. So as you can see, our JavaScript are rejected, and we have the same post request that's that get us document HTML. So it also supports web standards. So that's really, really great. Okay, let's enable JavaScript again. And next, I wanted to show you what we can do if we want to share, for example, share a component with our action. And let's start with Remix. So let's say we want to share this form with our form action. Let's create a new component, simple form. Put here our JS6. And to that, let's move it to a new file. So you can see that here are our component with our action. So let's see what we have. Let's create a task, and boom, we have an error. So what happened here? Remix is tied up with roads. So it means that Remix try to find action in the road that we are right now. So here we are in the to-dos road. So Remix try to find action in to-dos file or in any parent road. And what we can do here, I can show you. So let's undo our changes, and just to save our time, let's switch to prepared at least in advanced new branch, where I put simple form component in the shared folder. So it's only a component without an action. In to-dos, for example, we can add outlet component from React router. It's a component to present children roads here. And I state action here, but put simple form in another file, and it's called todos.new, and it relates to to-dos new road here. So as you can see, right now we see this form. So let's check how it works. So yeah, it works. So it's a bit tricky to share actions in Remix, but we can do it using roles. And for example, we can create API or whatever road for sharing actions across children roads. So this is how it works in Remix. Let's switch over to Next.js and see how we can do it here. So let's do the same. Create simple form component. Put here our JSX. Don't need this. Let's move our form action to the same component and move it to a new file. As you can see, we created new file with our component and collocated it with form action. And here we have just simple form. Let's check. Simple form. So as you can see, it works. So to sum up, Next.js works as smoothly as it can with sharing component. It works as a common React application, common React. So let's compare Remix and Next.js and highlight the major differences between them. Remix has a road-centric design, so it's a bit harder to share form actions across an application, but it's still doable. However, it provides a bit better development experience in terms of form handling API. On the other hand, Next.js gives us a completely full stack component. Some functions may run on the server, some on the client side. It's only a developer decision. However, a developer has to take a bit more time handling form actions. To sum up, I think Next.js server actions are really cool. They are closely tied up with React ecosystem and have API from React. Remix, on the other hand, has implemented what the web platform does, and it is closely associated with how to web works. Both frameworks get us components with similar functionality as a server component in Ruby, in ASP.NET, and PHP, whatever, where we can keep components closer to data that reduces latency and increases the performance of your app. In both frameworks, we can handle forms without creating API endpoints. Even without JavaScript on the client, they get new breadth to web standards and propagate them. And that's really exciting. So both of them are worth to taste. And that's all that we wanted to show on the demo part. If we have time, we can switch to a Q&A part and see if we have any questions so far.
Thank you guys for sharing. For now, I do not observe questions, but what I observed this for me as a iOS front-end also developer, this kind of remix approach is very similar that we have for other technology frameworks. It is such an interesting how does the technologies are coupled between. What do you think? How do you think should we use this in production?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good question. Actually, Remix is fully production ready. Fully, there is no issues if we use Remix in production on production level. But some of the features that Next.js provides and we just presented are either alpha or beta stage. So I can say that Next.js is not fully production ready, but they are just working very hard on making the latest Next.js features production ready. So we can say that it's the future. Yeah, full stack components and full stack developers that write both client and server side code in the same file. So that's the future in the front end development.
Kirill, do you have additional thoughts? Because I'm strongly agree with you, Sergis. This kind of really future, full stack.
Yeah, I am as well, and I'm really excited about this new full stack frameworks that significantly improves performance on the client. So yeah, and as we have more and more mobile devices in our in using any apps, it will increase their performance as well. So I'm really excited about that.
And we are excited. Thank you a lot for somebody who shared this topic and investigate everything and present today.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having us.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you. And we have a blitz right now, and wish you best luck of the rest of your day or start of your day. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. JavaScript Blitz is here, and it's me and my colleague from the Front Spot Asia. Let's start from the beginning, let me just describe who we are and what are we doing here. So yeah, it seems a little strange, but anyways, the Transport Asia is a group of active front-end developers and activists in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. So we are located in the Central Asia. That's why we do call ourselves Transport Asia. We have about 6 community drivers. We have more than right now, actually, we have already more than 3,000 community members, and we do have more than 200 Telegram subscribers. So actually, maybe we are not the biggest community in the Central Asia, but we are one of the big ones. And in our local area, we are doing a lot of different meetups, meetings, workshops, tech talks, etc., etc. And one of our formats that we would like to share with you today is JavaScriptum. JavaScriptum is a meetup where we are collecting together and just sharing some technical talks, which will be interesting to hear and listen for the developers with any level of competency. But today, as you may see, we called our JavaScriptum as JavaScriptum Blitz. And actually, also, I am talking a little faster than I should probably. Why? Because we don't have a lot of time, and in Blitz format, we have only 30 minutes for every talk. So I will not bother you anymore. Let me just remind you that you shouldn't forget to say thank you if you will like some presentation and some tech talk. And please do not forget to follow us on the social media. I think if you will be watching it on the YouTube, you can just put it on the pause and just scan these QR codes just to follow the Transport Asia. And welcome to the JavaScript on Blitz. Right now, I will be inviting to the stage our first speaker, and it's going to be Dmitry Christoforidi, who is going to be talking about the healthy web and core web vitals.
Yep, thank you, Azad. Hello, everyone. Today we will talk about how to make your website healthier with the help of core web vitals. First of all, my name is Dmitry, and I have been working as a software engineer at EPAM System for the last 2 years. Surprisingly, my path to IT began with game developer 5 years ago, but times are changing, and I've been working as a front-end developer for the last 3+ years. So let's run quickly through the presentation's agenda. At the beginning, I will share with you some numbers and tell you what Core Web Vitals is in general. Then we will look more detail at the main 3 metrics, LCP, FID, and CLS. And at the end of presentation, I will tell you about the tool that I used. So the numbers. Even though it's important that your site works quickly and be responsive, but only 40% of the analyzed sites have passed the Core Web Vitals. The first 5 seconds of loading your site are more important for the conversion. And if it does not loading during this time, then every next second will cost you about 4.5%, and user will simply leave your website. And the scary statistics is that on average, mobile websites are loading in 15 seconds. Doesn't sound particularly good, right? Let us find out how to avoid such statistics. So, Core Web Vitals. What is it and why was it invented? First, it's worth saying that Core Web Vitals is a set of metrics for evaluating the performance of your website, which Google presented to the public in 2020. We can now go to the website and see whether it suits us or not, whether it's loads for a long time or quickly, and whether it's stable. But all of this will be an abstract and subjective assessment. Just to give an accurate assessment with indicators and figures, Core Web Vitals measures weren't weighted. So the main 3 metrics included in the set are LCP, FID, and CLS. Each of them is responsible for its own performance attribute. LCP is responsible for the speed of loading, FAD is the speed of interactivity, and CLS is for visual stability. Let us look to each of them closely. LCP stands for largest contentful paint, and it displays the time for which the user will see the largest element of the page. This element can be anything. It can be a picture or video or text. A good indicator is 2.5 seconds. It means that no more than 2.5 seconds should pass from the moment the user click on the link to your website to the moment when he or she can see the main element. If more time passes, then you need to think about the improving. And if this time is more than 4 seconds, it means that everything is pretty bad. Of course, the reason for the long loading of the page may be users' weak internet connection, and you can influence it, but there are points that you should pay attention to. So first of all, it's long server response. You need to assess the load that will go to your server and choose the appropriate parameter for your server as RAM or SSD and so on. Also, JS and CSS resources may slow down the rendering of the page, so you should pay attention to them as well. Choose good third-party services, or otherwise your site may slow down through someone else's fault. And also try to take a part of the page rendering to the server side, so the HTML will load faster. Let us talk about the methods to improve this indicator. Firstly, for important files, you can specify the attribute rel equal preload. For this attribute will help you to load your resources in advance. And also for images, you can use the fetch priority attribute and set high for the highest priority images and low for the lowest, to not load the low priority images at the beginning of the render. Also, you need to put JS as much as possible at the end of the loading and rendering. The more critical of JS you need to highlight in the script tag, and you can put it in body, but less priority you can connect through the JS file and using defer attribute to load it at the end of the rendering. As for styles, put the most important style in the style tag at the head of your HTML. In this way, it will be applied faster. And some more important points. Compress images. You need to compress it in about 30 kilobytes or less. Also, you need to use modern images formats as WebP or GIF. Also, you can use the compressed font formats as WOF and WOF2 and learn SSR. It will help you to improve your HTML rendering. The next metric is FID, or first input delay. This metric displays the time that will pass from the moment the element displayed in the interface to the moment when user can interact with it. For example, as soon as the user sees the button, it must be functional after 100 milliseconds. Otherwise, it may happen that user click on the button and nothing happens. It pisses us off to press the button several times in a row. A delay in an activity may occur due to long-term tasks. The button is in the front of the user, but the execution of the JavaScript file, a large JavaScript file, has not yet reached the code with the functionality of this button. Also, just the large size of JS can also affect this speed. If the functionality is associated with local storage and it's large, then passing through it can also slow down the process of interaction. And an important factor is third-party resources. Take their loading to the background. As I said earlier, one big JS file is not the best solution, so you need to divide the functionality by files and bundles and give them priorities. So you will download the necessary data earlier, and the unnecessary ones will wait. Some crucial functions should be included in the HTML document, so you will be 100% sure that their implementation will not be delayed. But do not overuse it too much. JS code in the HTML or too much separation can play in the different direction. Also, important points: use dynamic import and split the large components into chunks. The next metric is cumulative layout shift. This metric is kind of different from the previous two since it's not related to the time, but it's associated with an expected shift in the interface, which can disorient user and can lead to incorrect decision. So here is an example of not clean situation. I've added an item to the shopping cart for purchase, but noticed that the quantity was too large and I want to return it back. But unexpectedly for me, when I click on the back button, a banner appears on the top and shift all the content. Because of this, I pressed the wrong button and placed the wrong order. Now, at the best, I need to write to support and somehow deal with it. And at the worst, I need to kind of return my money somehow. So all of this can happen due to images without dimensions. They can shift the content unexpectedly when it fully loads. Also, advertising banners that have not been allocated a place or have not been put in a stop in advance. Dynamically added content by itself also can be the reason of poor COS. Because you need to add content only based on user actions, then it will be more expected. And also fonts can also affect the blog sites if the font is loading for a long time. So to avoid such problems, you can set the dimensions for the image even before it loaded. So you can set width and height, and actually you need to set them based on the image itself. Also, you can set a stop or set a mean height style for the ads to reserve the space for them when they will load. Also, using CSS properties for animation can be tricky. Using them, you can shift parent and neighbor elements. If this is not what you expect, then use the transform property instead of using height or something like that. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to share with you tools for working with these metrics. First, it's page speed insight and lighthouse. They are pretty similar in functionality, and these site analyzers can show you the weaknesses and the tips for solving the problem with performance. Also, DevTool performance is a tab on the DevTool panel in Chrome browser, and this is more for developers, which graphically show you all the stage of loading of your page and which can help you to identify some problems. That's all from my side. Thank you for your attention, and you can ask more questions to my LinkedIn if you want, and that's all.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dmitry. It was a very interesting presentation. And before moving forward, I would like to say that if you have any kind of questions, please do not hesitate to ask them in the comments section. And we will not have any kind of dedicated section with questions and answers right now, but we will try to reach you and answer your questions in the comments section as well. But if you have any kind of personal questions to Dmitry, please follow the link, use and contact him directly. Thank you, Dmitry, again, and let's move forward. Our next presentation is going to be about the JavaScript date, and actually all of us knows that it's really kind of pain to work with the JavaScript date right now, and Mehmet is going to show us the new hope for it.
Yeah, hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the JavaScript date, and there is a new proposal about handling dates and times in JavaScript, and it is called temporal. But it is not available at the moment, and there is a workaround called JS-Joda, and I'm going to talk about all that. First of all, let me introduce myself to you. I've been a senior software engineer at EPAM for more than 2 years. And as a whole, I've been working as a full stack JavaScript developer more than 5 years. And currently, I'm entertaining myself with micro frontends, internationalization, web accessibility, and web security nowadays. Before getting into all that, let's remember what JavaScript date is. It is time in milliseconds since epoch, which means that at midnight on January 1st, 1970 UTC. So JavaScript date actually counts milliseconds by ticks, tick, 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 by milliseconds. And it uniquely defines an instant in history, which we call it as a timestamp. But weirdly, it was written in a 10 days window as a part of Java util date library, which was deprecated in 1997, which makes it 26 years old. So folks, we are all using very old library here. And it brings us many problems. And let's talk about those right now. First of all, JavaScript date is mutable, which means that you can create a date, you can do some alterations, but you can never predict what will be the result after the mutation. So it has some unintended side effects. And it can be really cumbersome and hard to trace to find and fix bugs related to those. It also has very unpredictable daylight saving time behavior and can cause problems during transitions. What I mean by that, for example, some countries, they prefer to use daylight saving time. Let's take UK, for example. At certain times of the year, they switch to +1. And at another times, they switch back to UTC 0. Right? So JavaScript is not capable of handling these transitions. So it can cause problems for UK students, for example. And it has no built-in support for date and time operations. You know, we want to subtract dates. We want to learn what is the amount of time between 2 days or between 2 timestamps, right? And for that, we rely on third-party libraries such as DataFNS, Lexen, and Moment are the most famous of all. And by chance, if you are using Moment in 2023, please stop using it. It's already deprecated and is mutable, and it already possesses the problems that the JavaScript date has. So if you're using Moment, please stop using it. And most famous problem of JavaScript date is called off one by day. If you have come across this Stack Overflow question, is the JavaScript date object always 1 day off? No, it is not. But JavaScript date has poor capability of handling time zones. Basically, it has support for 2 time zones. One is UTC, which is what we count towards in time, and that time is reflected on the user's computer as a local time. There is no other support for other time zones. And it has a very unreliable parser behavior. What I mean by that, if you create a date with the constructor or with the parse function, it accepts a string, right? And that you can pass like any kind of string into that. If you're passing invalid string, it will return you invalid date. But there are formats that supports. Originally, it supports ISO 8601 format. And it also supports non-ISO formats. So when it comes to parsing, there are two different distinctions, like date-only forms and date-time forms. Date-only forms, which is like YYY, MMDD, or YYY, MM, or YYY. So these date-only forms are interpreted as UTC time. And other than that, if we are passing this ISO 8601 string, it is also like a UTC time. But if you're not passing Zulu time, which represents the 0 time zone, it interprets as a local time. So you never you cannot rely on this parser behavior. And here is another one day off issue. It is from the React date picker library. And as you can see, it was open in 1917, and it was not resolved to this day. So what do we want? Like, should we like delete JavaScript from the ecosystem? No, we cannot, because there are millions of users of it, and there will be people using it maybe 50 years later. You cannot guarantee. So we cannot really deprecate it or delete it, because it will break the web. So what we want a new date-time API, which should be consist of immutable objects. And to eliminate the side effects, it should be predictable, testable, and reliable. It should support time zones and daylight saving transitions, as I mentioned earlier. It should account for leap seconds and years, and that's most related to the how UTC is accounted for, how atomic clock is accounted for. JavaScript doesn't account for leap seconds and leap years at all. And it should work with different calendar systems. JavaScript date only works with the Gregorian calendar, but we also need support for other calendar systems like Hebrew, Islamic, and so on. And most of all, we need a built-in time support for date-time operations. We should be able to calculate the difference between two dates, right? We shouldn't rely on third-party libraries for that. Yeah, the solution is temporal RFC. I will be sharing the link. And as I mentioned, it provides immutable objects, but these immutable objects categorized as two different parts. One is the wall clock times, and the second is exact times. What do I mean by that? Wall clock times, these are the dates and times that we don't need time zone information for. Like when you look at the clock, for example, do you see any time zone? No. That's what we call as wall clock time. If you can notice, they have a prefix of plain, like because they don't have any time zone information. For example, let's take plain date as an example. So what is your birthday? If I ask you, so you will tell me your birthday as a date, right? Like 1980, February 20, for example. So you don't need to present any time zone information over there because irrelevant to the question. But on the other hand, you need to be sometimes specific with the what time it is regarding the time zone. And there are two objects for that, which were provided by the temporal API. And one is instant, which is actually what we know as a JavaScript date. Like as we discussed, JavaScript date is milliseconds in time. And instant in temporal is milliseconds or nanoseconds in time. Let's have a look at this picture to understand better. So we have full representation of any date time in temporal. We have plain month day when we need it. We can use year month. We can use plain date, plain time, plain date time. As you can see, instant has a Z suffix. It is same as JavaScript date, but in addition to instant representation, we can also represent the date time with the time zone and calendar extension. So it will be very useful, this kind of information, to store it in the backend, for example. Let's dive into more details and let's talk about the instant. So it represents the exact point in time. So it can measure, it can be measured in milliseconds or nanoseconds. And it can be used for high precision timing, like capturing sensor data. For example, you have an IoT device and you want to record some temperature with it, and you really need the exact time for it. So you can create a time. You can create an instant from milliseconds or nanoseconds. As a reminder, JavaScript doesn't have any support for nanoseconds. So it will really increase the granularity of your time measurement. Let's talk about zone date time, and it represents a date time in specific time zone. So it has robust support for time zones, handling daylight savings, and you can convert date and time between time zones easily. As an example, we can give a flight for that. For example, you're going to take off from New York and you're going to land in London. So in order to give this information to the other side, other person, you need to talk in terms of time zone. Hey, I'm going to depart from New York at this time, and I'm going to arrive in London at this time. So if you can say, we are using two different time zones here. Another temporal object is plain date. So it represents the date without time zone information. So where can we use this one? For example, birthdays, anniversaries. Tom was born in 1949. Yeah. So it's really simple. You just need a date without time zone information. And plain time is similar. It's a representation of time of the day without date or time zone. So what can be examples for this? For example, meetings, appointments. You can meet with your doctor at 3 p.m. or you have a meeting with some person, or you can have some subway departure at another time. So you don't really need date or time zone information. Another new object that temporal presents is duration, and it's actually a duration of time, like in period of seconds or minutes. For example, a video duration or time remaining. The video duration is 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 45 seconds. And dinner, until dinner is complete, we have 15 minutes and 30 seconds. So as I mentioned, the temporal is not ready for production yet. Currently is at stage 3, which means that it's a candidate for the ECMAScript specification. The next steps will be the start of migration, and once it's approved, it will be the official part of ECMAScript specification. In order to use temporal in your projects, you can simply install it. As I mentioned, you shouldn't use it in production, but feel free to experiment with it by installing this JS temporal polyfill. Here are the some links for the temporal. Here's the cookbook, and here is the GitHub page. I will stop a second if you want to take a photo. So in the meantime, what we can do, we don't want to use JavaScript 8, and what we can do, there is a production-ready alternative to Temporal, which provides similar API as Temporal. It is written in it is written with domain-driven design principles. It provides a simple and clean API. It is also very fast. I'm saying this from my experience. It's robust and stable. Let's compare JSJODA and Temporal. JSJODA and Temporal has similar APIs, they provide similar objects. For example, let's take year. It doesn't have any presentation in Temporal, but in Temporal you can get it easily. And you can see on the right that it's the example, 2023. Month is September, and year month. In Temporal, we have a plain prefix for that. In JSJODA, we don't. Similar for the month day. And day of week is Thursday, which doesn't have any presentation in Temporal. But this is the better picture, how they differ from each other. And these are the most common used objects in both. For example, in JSJODA, we have a local prefix. In Temporal, we have a plain prefix. But they are actually the same objects, let's call it. And local time, as you can see, we have nanoseconds granularity. And for local date time, it is similar. Zone date time, this is same as instant. And what are the other differences? We have zone ID, and in Temporal, we have time zone for time zone representations. In JSJODA, we don't have any specific calendar system, but in Temporal, it provides Hebrew, Gregorian, and Islamic calendars, in addition to the ISO 8601. Duration are the same, and period, for example, period of 10 years. I'm going to stop here for about 10 seconds. You can take a photo of these links if you want. And I would like to mention what they will give you. Concept breakdown is a Dev2 article, and it gives you the information of what Temporal is, what are the real use cases in using that. It's a very great article. And another one is fixing an off by 1 day bug. It's a YouTube video. And you can understand in detail how JavaScript 8 works with the time zones. And it is a bit tense video, maybe funny, but another video is problem with the time and time zones. I would recommend you to read and watch these. So thank you for your attention, and may the Temporal with you, folks.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Mehmet. Actually, it seems like we are really looking forward we are really looking forward for the Temporal to be released and when we will be able to use it. Thanks a lot for all the alternatives that we already have right now. Before moving forward, I will just to mention that you are sitting on the JavaScript Blitz. And why do we call it Blitz? Because all the technical talks that we are handling right now are only for 30 minutes. Why do we think that 30 minutes is a great for sharing some information? Because we think that technical talks should be like door opener, and a little hook. So we are just opening the door for a new technology for you and giving you some links. And by these links, you are continuing this journey by yourself. So yeah, I'm happy to invite our last speaker on the stage. It's Ekjan, and he will be opening the door into our future. He will be talking about the GitHub Copilot and the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm very glad for the opportunity to speak with you today. So can you see my screen now? Presentation.
Yes, we do.
That's great. Okay, yeah, today I'm going to talk about improving our efficiency with GitHub Copilot X. My name is Akijan. I am currently a senior software engineer at EPAM. I'm working at EPAM for 1.5 years. And my primary tech stack is JavaScript, frontend, and more specifically React. And also I've graduated from Nazarbayev University this year. So let's get started. As you know, in March 22nd of this year, Microsoft released GitHub Copilot X in preview mode. And one of its greatest features is that it's powered by ChatGPT 4. And just before we dive into the presentation, I want to share some quick steps to play with the future versions of Copilot and experimental versions of maybe other plugins and Visual Studio Code as well. And so to play with Copilot, you need to request pre-release version on GitHub promotional website. After that, you need to install VS Code Insiders, which is on the right side. It has green color. So it's basically the same VS Code, but with all new experimental features. And yeah, you just install plugin for Copilot, activate pre-release version, and you need to finally wait for GitHub's approval. And short disclaimer, unfortunately, I was not able to play with Copilot in VS Code, but I've prepared good examples so you would have a good understanding of that. And these examples are on Python, yeah, also unfortunately, but I think you catch up the main idea of Copilot. So now let's get started with Copilot features. First feature is integrated chat window. It can do a bunch of stuff for you. For instance, explain code segments, write or refactor unit tests, find bugs, and in much greater level than the previous Copilot version. So let us quickly evaluate the next example. So imagine you have this snippet of code, and we have two regular expressions, some function, which basically uses it. And imagine that someone else written this code, and now you need to understand the sense of this code. So in order to ask Copilot to explain it for you, you need just to highlight these lines that you're interested in. Then you are writing the prompt, explain this regular expression, and finally you get this result. And as you can see, this regular expression is written in Python. It's used to match email addresses, and Copilot would provide much more specific details in the next lines, evaluating like pieces by pieces. And another great feature is writing unit tests. So similarly, we have the following function. So basically in this function, we have a string of records that are separated by the lines. And we are having the string as an input parameter in our function. And we have an array of objects, which we'll call expenses. So we're just iterating it, splitting all these three values like date, value, and currency separately and put inside our array. And now imagine that you want to write unit tests for these functions. As well, you're just writing the request for the chat. So write a set of unit test functions for selected code, and you'll get such result. So it handles three different cases in which we have valid input, in which we have empty input, and finally input with comments, so that it would disregard the comments. Yeah, so as you can see, everything looks like here as a whole. So it, I think, would be really comfortable and convenient for developers to work with Copilot X. And let's quickly discover some differences between ChatGPT window and Copilot. First of all, it's integrated into VS Code. You would no longer need to switch between your browser and your code editor. Secondly, Copilot X is heavily trained on GitHub repositories, different libraries. Thirdly, it has a great context awareness of your whole code base. It indexes and analyzes like whole your code base and generates suggestions in much more consistent way and in much more insightful way than ChatGPT. So the second feature of Copilot X is tailored docs or personalized docs. So basically, when we are writing the code, sometimes we want to dive into the official documentations to get kind of full information about the things that you want to know more. Like, for instance, in this example, we want to vertically center a div. And now you can write for Copilot this kind of requests, and it will analyze all existing documentations and kind of get juices from them and put into your table, so that you get most relevant information and do not waste time while surfing on the full kind of whole documentations. The third feature is voice coding. So here are some images like import pandas, and Copilot would automatically generate the code for you. So you just name or say the instructions, it will generate along the way. So for instance, you are saying get Titanic CSV data from the web, and you got this result in the first line. So yeah, this is, I think, pretty powerful tool that will keep programmers more extroverted. But I'm not quite sure whether it would be popular feature among developers. However, I believe that this feature has a great potential to serve us as a pair programming assistant. Yeah, so this is like another visualization. The next feature is automated pull requests. As you know, Copilot X is linked with our GitHub. And whenever we are now opening the pull requests, it will analyze all the changes that you've made to the code base and generate the insightful description for you. So in this example, as you can see, when we pushed awesome feature branch into the repository, the Copilot generated this description for us. Here we can see the generalized kind of a short description for that, what it's done, and also specific details about the work that has been done over the code. And as you can see, these explanations are, I think, really helpful for other developers to understand. Yeah, and when you see the changes that your teammates made to the code base, now it would be much more easier to like keep track of those updates. And instead of reaching them out and asking to explain it to you, now you just can browse those explanations in pull requests. Yeah, and those also pull requests would be marked as generated by Copilot, so that you can see that this was automatically generated. And final feature is command line interface assistant. I think, yeah, it's one of the greatest innovations that have been proposed by Microsoft and Copilot. So as we know, when we are working with different CLI libraries, it's very difficult to work with different commands, with different instructions, to keep in mind the correct flags and pass the correct arguments. And Copilot now is solving this issue for us. So in order to perform some job, name some instructions, and you just need to write the following. You just add your sentence with 2 question marks and kind of explaining with, you need to explain with your own words what you intend to achieve. And for instance, in this case, we want to use FFmpeg library to add a watermark layer to our video. And as we do not aware of this library and how it works, we just write Copilot to do this work for us. And finally, we get this command with a correct set of instructions. And also we will get the full explanation of each flag and argument and what they are actually doing. And even if the Copilot would be wrong with this command, you may analyze it by yourself and correct it where it's possible. So yeah, I think this is very great technique, great feature. And just before completing my presentation, I wanted to also share a quick disclaimer. So you need to use Copilot X for commercial projects with managerial approval. And using it without any authorization may inadvertently expose your source code. So Copilot is available with 2 subscription models. First, it's individual, and it would be red flag to use individual subscription for commercial projects because GitHub may use these snippets of code for analyzing or improving the Copilot X. So they would be kind of stored somewhere in the internet. And enterprise version. Microsoft claims that for enterprise Copilot version, they do not store the code anywhere. But even with this claim, you need to talk with your managers if you want to use Copilot X Assistant. So yeah, thank you for your presentation. With this link, you may join the waitlists for Copilot X for its different features and get more information about Copilot. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gajan. Again, it was a really great presentation, and I hope that everyone will at least try this new functionality, but of course not in the commercial projects, because as we know, really, with the great power, we have the great responsibility. So yeah, actually, it was our last technical talk, so I think we can call it a day. So thanks a lot for you, our listeners, for joining us. And let's just move on. Thank you.
So, guys, it seems that's it. The conference is almost over, but I have to tell you some facts about the conference that actually took place for these 2 days. So, wow, we've got some CSS issues, that's for sure. So we've got approximately 2K of registration, and visitors were from 62 countries, literally true borderless conference. So we had 2 days conference, we had 12 talks, 11 communities helped us, and we've got 22 speakers. Wow, what an event we had. I must say thank you to our headliners, Igor, Nina, Alex. Thank you very much. You guys did really, really great job. Thank you very much. And of course, to our speakers as well. So I will not go name by name. Just remember these friendly faces. They're true professionals. They're great speakers, and they're just great, great developers as well. So thank you very much. You've inspired us. You've shared your skills. You've shared your knowledge. Yeah, just head off. And of course, I have to mention our winners. So we had game, right? And during this game, we identified 3 winners. So guys, Eugene, Natalie, and Filippo, thank you very much for this game results. Well done. And of course, this event was done with the help and with the great collaboration with communities. So as you can see, we've got a lot of logos over here. So guys, thank you very much for all your support, for all your efforts to make this conference even better. So thank you very much. And yeah, just thanks from my side to everyone who was somehow related to this conference, who was technical staff, who was viewer, who was just a person related to this Borderless JavaScript Community Day conference. Thank you very much. We are looking for your feedback. We are looking for your comments, for your likes, and for your shares as well. So have a great day, everyone, and see you soon. We've got some new conferences upcoming. So yeah, check your calendar. Bye.